I'm gonna start this shit up. It's gonna be going.
All right.
Oh my god. It's crazy. I forgot to do
It's gonna.
oh shit. I forgot the Twitter thing.
Oh my God.
So good at this. God, I'm so good. God, yes. So good. How's your escaping of runes? How's that going?
Good. Just
Yeah.
doing some quests.
Cool, man. Cool. Anything
Working
of
with the
note?
tree gnomes. And
Oh.
I killed a bad commander who stole their orbs of protection.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why did
And
he do
now,
that?
good question. They're
Okay.
evil, probably.
Right.
Oh, actually, one thing that was funny was when you talk to the tree gnomes, it's like, oh man, there's not a whole lot of us left. We're a peaceful race. We fight when we have to. It's like, oh well, why are they attacking you? And it's like, well, I've heard that gnomes have been hunted for fun for as far back as I can remember.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
I
So
mean,
people,
fair enough, I guess.
yeah, people just don't like them, I guess.
Yeah.
But dude, in the villages where they live, they have fucking terror bird mounted cavalry, which
Oh,
is
hell
fucking
yeah.
awesome.
That's actually sick.
Yeah, and then they have giant fucking tortoises that have three gnomes on it, one with a melee, one with a ranged, and one with a magic. It's awesome.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's sick. All right. Well.
And then are we doing videos tonight or what?
Yes. Yeah, we'll be
Okay.
doing a couple of videos.
Okay, then I will get into the watch together.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well, now that oh, that's not the right link. Idiot. Oh, I hope I put the right link on the other thing. Oh no. Did I?
Uh-oh.
I did. Haha. There you go. Why does it do the share thing? Fuck it, whatever. Alright. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, Draco Kraken. How are you doing?
Hello.
And hello out there, and welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Braydon95.
And I'm the second one.
That's right. This time you are the second one.
Yeah.
Hmm. Aiden will not be joining us this evening. He is a sleep boy. It's fair enough. Yeah, it's time to get back to the format that everyone's used to. The covering of videos, not this llama video that no one else can see. I promise, because it's always there. It's just always there. I don't know why.
Indeed.
Before it was a bunny. What was it, like Buck Bunny or whatever? The big
Yeah,
fucking
fucking the
rabbit.
ugly ass thing.
Yeah, it looked terrible. But this time we have a llama. Yeah,
Yeah, a llama and like a
and a
penguin
penguin. Yeah,
who's holding like a berry or
berry.
something.
Yeah, or tomato or something. Um, those of you who frequent watch together, you probably know what we mean. You frequent watch together, right? Other
Yeah.
people do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Huh.
Um, hello, bros. Hello, Timothy. How are you doing? Um, so, Boo, I'm gonna have you choose how we start.
Okay.
Now, we're going to be covering a couple of videos from good old Guy.
Oh, okay.
How to be a great GM.
Yeah.
These ones are both from 4 years ago.
Oh boy.
So you know that
It.
time period.
Yeah. Yeah. That one. Yes.
Um, and I want you to choose between dumb and stupid.
Okay. Okay.
Now it could be anything. It could be. This is just these. Dumb is one of the. It's one of the words in one of the titles, and stupid is in the word in another of the titles.
Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you my reasoning.
Yeah, I would love it.
So I think I'm going to choose stupid.
Okay.
So we're choosing stupid.
Okay.
And I feel like we should choose stupid specifically because calling something stupid is a lot more aggressive than
Yes.
calling something dumb.
It is true. It is true.
So I feel like if we go with stupid, we'll get a more entertaining quote unquote video, whereas
Potentially.
dumb tends to be more like a it feels like it's going to be more like an opinion piece
Right.
rather
Okay.
than like a rant, you know?
Right. Sure. Potentially it could be.
Uh,
Well, this is going to
oh,
be,
okay.
are you a chaotic stupid player?
Okay, you got me.
Um yeah, I mean it
Yeah.
so potentially this could be something that we could comment on how you could change your behavior, right?
Yeah.
Or it could be something where we go, well, that's not, I mean, what if it makes sense in context and it's fine, right? Because sometimes a character could do something quote unquote stupid, but it could be like something funny, or it could be something in character, or it could be something that overall doesn't completely fuck up the story. But most of the time people say chaotic stupid is somebody doing something that's completely out of left field that has nothing to do with anything, right? Um but you never know, that's the thing, right? You never know.
Yeah.
um I am the terror that posts in the night, the comment that takes an hour to read. I am Darkwing Lux.
Oh God.
Hey Lux, nice one.
Hello.
Man, Darkwing Duck. I don't think of Darkwing Duck very often, but when I do, I get a smile on my face. So thank you for that. This is gonna be fun. I hope so. I hope so. I have had whole parties of chaotic stupid. I think it's fine if the group goes in with the expectation. Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Even in more serious settings, you can still have like stupid decisions that still work and are fun.
Of course.
Right? Like it's never just you should never do this ever, right? Cuz that's
Everything in moderation.
yeah, exactly.
Except moderation.
Right.
You should do that all the time.
Always moderate. Yeah, every moment of every day. So
that's not my quote. That's from Zay Frank.
I see.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, let's see what we get from good old guy. Oh, and before we do that, sorry, apologies everybody. I've taken the momentum and I've just thrown it out into the bus. I do want to say right off the bat a couple of things that are important to hear in the beginning for those who don't potentially watch until the end. There might be some of you out there. I'm not sure. I don't pay attention anymore to how long people watch things.
We're not your dad.
That's right. Right, exactly. You're going to spend Christmas with your mom this year. So the I wanted to say, if you're a part of the Patreon, stuff will be coming at some point when we get to it, as we're getting nearer and nearer to the point of being done with Devils and Dice. It's not right now or anytime soon, quote unquote, but that plus well, if you are a part of the Patreon, there will be polls that will be going towards you specifically to help us choose the next thing that's run, the next actual play that we do, choosing between systems. So we're gonna get together, choose 4 systems, and then we'll put them out as a poll because it's the easiest way to get stuff that people want to see. So if you do want to have a voice in that, join the Patreon. It's just a thing now. Hey, it's an incentive for you to do it as well if you want, even if it's just the $1 tier. I don't give a shit. You're fine. Other than that, the Ko-fi thing is going to be up. I'll talk about it more when we get to the midpoint, but it is up, and it is basically going to work exactly like the Patreon. So the same thing will apply if you're on the Ko-fi thing. You'll get to do the poll as well. So that's also there. Um. And I'm gonna, at least for things in the future that I run. I don't know if other people are gonna want to do this, but this is a thing that other people can do at their discretion. But for those of you who are in the Patreon slash the Ko-fi in the future, if you want to create like NPCs that could be put in the world, or places that are put in the world, obviously depending on the campaign and what setting it is, it'll depend on, what you would want to submit and such. But you could submit whatever, and if we get to like a fantasy setting, right, or a more fantastical setting, we could put them into, whatever it is. But you could, with as much or as little as you want, to that kind of character, you can put them in and submit them to us, and then we can choose them at random when we want an NPC in our world, in the story, maybe. Oh, so another thing for you out there, if you're a part of it, that way you can have, a little bit more stuff that comes with being a part of the Patreon and the Ko-fi stuff. When you're giving us money, you should get things. You just should. So, yeah. So yeah, other than that, there's nothing else for me to say right off the bat. So let's get going, huh? Are you gonna make an NPC chat? Sure, I can make an NPC chat in the Discord. That'll be only for patrons to see. Patrons slash Ko-fi donators. You'll all be known as table flippers from now on. So
Yeah.
Table flippers in general. There'll be a inside of the, I'll even name it the table flippers section after the podcast today. And I'll put things there. Yeah. And you can put things in there. Absolutely. The random NPC thing is a great idea. Thank you. Yeah, I figured, giving you guys a bit more, because you give us money, so like fuck it, right? Like why wouldn't you be able to hold sway over some things, right? Anyway, what even is chaotic stupid in this context? Well, we're about to find out.
Indeed.
So here we are. Are you a chaotic stupid player? Let us see.
I pickpocket the king. Yes, I know that we're at his coronation. I'm going to sneak up and I'm going to pretend to trip over the carpet that he's standing on. And as I'm falling, I'm going to try and take the crown off his head, because I can, and I've got a skill high enough to do it. Oh yeah, I know there's lots of guards everywhere. Yeah, not a problem. It's not something that I don't care about that. Yeah, sure. Fine, whatever. I'm just going to disappear. Then they can't see me, and then I'm going to escape. So I'm just going to steal the crown right in front of him. Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
So, a couple of things. So, me personally, I would not be opposed to this happening. One, because I would probably ask them, are you sure? And if they're super adamant on it, then I'd be like, okay. Now, the disappear thing at the end gives me a pause in the sense of, well, if they have a way to, like, go invisible or something.
Yeah.
Like, they could do this. Like, they would become enemy number one. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, they would. But...
yeah.
Isn't that part of the game? Like, I guess the context might be that we're in a more linear story. Because if that's the case, then yeah, I guess it could be very disruptive. But this is is that the context? Because if it is, then okay, you've done something that's super going to fuck that up.
Yeah, I think that's probably that's what it is. Sure. I would assume. But again, like, we're not given the actual definitive answer here.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a good example of chaotic stupid.
No, I don't think so. You really need to lay out the scenario first.
Yeah. And honestly, like I don't actually know a whole ton of chaotic stupid.
Sure. Yeah.
I tend to know more lawful stupid.
Okay.
You know, it's like the paladin. It's like, oh man, we need to sneak into this fortress because the people in there are super fucking dangerous, and if we attack, head on, they're gonna fucking kill us. And the paladin's like, oh, I'm fucking an honorable paladin, and I'm gonna fucking walk straight up to the gates, and
I gotcha.
that bullshit.
Yeah.
So that's what I know more so, but I guess another like a chaotic stupid thing to do would be let's say the rogue, or the players do a quest and they get a thing and it's really valuable, and they're like, well, since I'm chaotic neutral, I'm gonna steal it and sell it to these traveling merchants. And then it's like, well, we just fucking did all that shit for the quest, and then, it's that. So it's the kind of thing where you're using your alignment as an excuse to do something that really, in the moment, is pretty damn stupid, because, at the moment, you guys have a definitive goal, you got the thing, and you need to take it back to these people.
Yeah.
So,
like, if you wanted to still do that, you would do it after you've delivered it, right?
Exactly.
Or something like that. And, like... Especially with the rogue example, the thing that I see that's complained about the most is like stealing from the party, right?
Yes, exactly.
Which just in general just makes it kind of become a little bit of a battleground between the players, which is just
Never
annoying
smart.
at times.
Yeah.
It can in some instances like work, absolutely.
Yeah.
It just really depends on if it's, because if you're going for something really, really valuable that like the player holds, or the other character holds sentimental or something,
not smart.
Not good, not smart. But it also, see, that's the other thing though. It also could lead to character interaction.
Oh, absolutely.
Brings that about of like why it's sentimental and why they shouldn't do that, right?
Sure.
So it really is just in the moment of like, what is the consequence here, and what is the goal behind the character who's doing it?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Like, you can totally do this stuff, but one, there needs to be a good reason, like exactly what you put out there, and two, if you are the rogue who's going to be doing the thieving, you really need to clear it with the other player first.
Yeah, I think there needs to be
the player.
Yeah. There needs to be some discourse between you, the game master, and the player, just to really make sure that you don't, because you really just want that go through so that you don't have something just become like bitter between the table.
Yes.
Right.
You need to make sure that everybody is on board with that, because that's not, you're treading on thin ice if you don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where this is why I think having this is something that could be solved in a session 0, as we sometimes say. To like talk about, well, okay, I'm gonna be a thievy kind of kleptomaniac, okay, and like I want to steal things from inside of the party, but I don't want to like do something that's too. So I might just take like small things, right? Just little things, and then
steal like your fork.
Yeah, exactly. I'll steal like something from your mess kit, and you'll maybe be missing it, right? And like maybe at some point you can find it on me or something, and we can have like a little bit of a thing happen, right? Then, but I'm gonna try not to take anything that's like too big. But if it's something small and it is valuable to you, well then, we can still have a thing, but it's just because I thought it was small and all that kind of stuff.
And right? I didn't realize.
Yeah. Something like that could be talked about beforehand. And obviously if you don't have a session 0, you could still talk about it, beforehand too. Or if you have like a good rapport with your other, players, then yeah, of course they can probably go off of what you're doing, because they probably know you by that point and they know what your character's going to be about at that point, right? Yeah. Chaotic stupid is something I've always heard about and never encountered. Yeah, it's something that's talked about, but
yeah,
I don't know.
It honestly is kind of like a straw man at this point.
Sometimes, like, that's the thing. I think it's just that thing that's villainized because because a couple of people have put out stories that have gotten so widespread.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah.
Like, I feel like this does not happen nearly as often to normal people, and
Right.
it really is just those guys who do that shit.
Yeah. It's the exceptions to the experience.
Yeah.
What was happening leading up to the crown thing? Yes, exactly. That's the question immediately. I suppose I might be lucky. Yeah, I mean that's the other thing, right? Maybe everyone everywhere all the time has this happen. I don't know, but I doubt it. And also, yeah, Leroy being chaotic neutral, he would not just sell something for no good reason. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Alignments, as we've always stated beforehand, alignments are a guideline. You don't just like strictly have to follow them all the time, because that's not how people are, right?
Yes.
You could,
unless you're lawful stupid, in which case,
right? But then you're just an idiot, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but like, most people are, they aren't just a set thing. They are just themselves, right? And they might lean one way or the other in a certain direction, but
like I consider myself pretty neutral good, but
sure,
don't get me in a bad mood or I absolutely will go lawful evil.
Sure, exactly. Hey, why are you carrying my greatsword around? I just found it. It's mine, actually. Fine. Widespread punching bag. People think you will agree with that happens a lot online. Yeah, something like that. So that's the thing. It's a cautionary tale, right? Because it has happened to some people. So you put that out there, and then a lot of people, are like, oh yeah, that's bad. And so a lot of people talk about it, and then, it becomes that part of the... It's like how 4E is, super vilified. But in this case, it is at least something that you shouldn't do. So that's good, at least, that it's talked about. Though, I don't know, again, we've said it, I don't know of anybody who's really done it, so...
Oh my god, it's not like ridiculously loud.
Hello
That's
and
nice.
welcome to this
Don't
episode
worry, the other
of
one
How
is.
to Be a Great Player.
Oh,
My name is
okay.
Guy, and today we're talking about chaotic stupid.
Yeah.
Now, by stupid, I mean individuals who are taking the game on the mechanical rails rather than taking the game as a story.
Wait, what?
Okay,
That's
okay.
completely okay.
What?
Okay, well, let's let him continue because this is basically completely different from what we are used to.
Yep.
So,
very confused.
Yeah,
but
this is weird.
I will let you. Let you
we'll
go.
let him cook. We'll let him cook. Let him cook.
Now, they are both, yes, important to role-playing. We need the mechanics to tell us how we can tell our stories. There is a framework that those mechanics allow us to do.
Yeah.
However, when we allow our own internal mechanics to get in the way of everybody else's fun, to break the world setting, that's chaotic stupid. When we make decisions that you go, well, why would you do that? Why would your character possibly do that? And your fallback is, oh, because that's how he is.
Okay, yeah.
No.
That's...
The quote would be, that's what my character would do.
But yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I understand it at least now. It's you are looking at purely what you can do and not what it means, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it's like the example
treating
that
it like a numbers game, I guess.
Yeah, it's the example of, well, I have my sneak at like a +20. And so I should never be able to be caught. So, and my sleight of hand is also a +20, so no one would ever know that I took something. So I'm just gonna do it because it's there, right? Which, so I wouldn't call it stupid.
Yeah,
That's
it's just kind of.
Yeah.
It's not stupid. It's just.
It's just you're looking at it absolutely, as you said, purely mechanically, I guess.
Yeah.
And less narratively, which I don't know. I guess
there are times for both, but the majority of the time you don't really want to just treat it as a pure numbers game.
Yeah. And then the combination of it with the falling back on it's what my character would do, that I don't get, because if you're purely looking at the mechanics, then you would go, okay, my character is a thief, they have a really high thing, so they would definitely would every time. But at the same time, at least from what I have experienced and understand it as, it is more of a, well, in narrative, fucking my character would do this because that's how my character would do it, because that's the kind of person they are.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not a team player because my character's a lone wolf or something, you know? Right, something like that. But
yeah.
I'm not sure.
Please not. Let's not.
Right, yeah.
Something like that. Let's do something not like that.
Right,
please.
exactly. Let's not do something like that. What? Yeah, it was weird in the beginnings, but yeah, that's not how I would describe stupid. Mechanic first players are fine most of the time. Again, every archetype has their game and GM. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Somebody who looks at the mechanics purely might not be super good at role playing, so they just say, I would like to persuade this person with a very good argument, right? Something like that. I guess just in his definition, it's that kind of person who just does it because they want it to happen. Which, yeah, again, I don't know. Maybe. I guess I'll accept his definition, although I don't think it's standard. No, I wouldn't say it's standard. So what he thinks is that chaotic stupid is someone who does not care about the world and is logical. Am I right? I don't know if it's logical necessarily. But definitely does not care about like the world and the story, yeah. Maybe he's thinking of alignment as a mechanic. I guess we'll see. Maybe, actually. Yeah, it might be. Trying to steel man him here. That's fair.
You mean he is completely and utterly irresponsible and just submits to anything that's just crazy? Yeah. Right. Good. I kill your character. Why not? My characters are responsible too. Just cut your head off. Yeah. Whatever. Chaotic stupid is the type of play where you have people creating loner characters. Oh, I'm going to create a loner character.
Hey, it's the thing that I said. Oh.
Yeah.
So, he doesn't want to work with anyone. And unless they all grovel and bow down to me, I'm going to leave. Yeah. So I'm going to create a character that basically is going to do his own thing. Not use any other players.
So that's not chaotic stupid at all.
Yeah.
That's just you don't understand, like, how the game is.
Yeah.
If we're using this specific, like, it is literally, you are 12, and you think you're really cool, you know?
Yeah.
Which, again, it's not, like, some people have come from that, absolutely, but they've probably learned, you know, after the first time, or, you know, after the third time when they go through a couple of groups, that's not usually how this game works. And yeah, August, hello, also says not all loner characters are chaotic stupid. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We've talked about it before, making a character who can be a loner but has that ability to change, or has at least a connection with one other person to, like, let them into the party. They might not necessarily trust everyone, but they at least understand and work with these people, right? Because usually you're all, you know, for the same goal, in one respect or another, and it doesn't matter how, you know, what your end goal is necessarily, but you are trying to do the same thing. And yeah, that's not stupid, it's being inconsiderate. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Usually, you know, when you're introduced to D&D or some other role-playing game, at least I would think the terms you're, like, all working together are said in some way or another. You will all work together, potentially, on something.
Hopefully.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? You can have it so that they don't necessarily all work together all the time. Yeah. That's a thing. That's absolutely a fine thing to do. but you don't.
I mean, hell, you have times like that in like classic shit.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't there a moment in Star Wars where Han Solo was like, I'm not gonna fucking do this, and then at the last minute he turns around and is like, I gotta fucking do it, you know?
Yeah. He famously leaves before they go and fight the Death Star.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, and then when Luke's about to get fucking zapped by Darth Vader, Han comes in. And fucking Millennium Falcon and gets him off his tail, and so he can shoot the thing into the thing, the whatever into the hole, and then destroy the Death Star. Yeah. So like, he literally left for a majority of that, and then came in and was like, I'm good. Don't worry. I thought about it, and it's cool.
Now I'm in.
Mm-hmm. It's the rogue with the heart of gold thing.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing. Steelman rusted already. Yes, exactly. He's anyway.
Because he's independent, he's this lone survivor. Yes, he is. At a different game, not mine. So chaotic stupid is a frustrating approach to playing, where the player has no agency over the character, and the character defines and determines how the player plays the game.
Sorry, no. What you've been saying is the mechanics define how the player plays the game, not the character.
Yeah.
Because unless my head. I'm trying to why would you not why would you not separate in your brain the stats on the sheet and the character themselves technically? Cuz I get what you're saying, but you're saying it wrong.
Yeah.
It's they are using the mechanics themselves to justify their actions rather than character actions to justify their actions, I guess.
Yeah.
Character reasoning, I guess, is better.
Yeah.
To be honest, when I heard the term chaotic stupid, my first thought was Ed from Ed, and Eddie.
I mean, that would be pretty great.
Yeah.
It's a little bit crazy. It's like putting a computer game on and then just standing back and saying, well, if the character needs to get food in the game, the character should walk to get the food, because it's not...
Okay, that's
welcome
funny.
to The Sims, I guess. Right?
They
do that. You can take away all their agency and make it so that you are the only thing that can do it, but in The Sims...
Yeah, they can do that shit. And fucking, hell, an even better example would be something like RimWorld.
Yeah, absolutely. They just...
God. I hate how little command you have in that game, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, well.
Great game, but I don't know how to fucking play it.
That's fair.
I'm an observer, really. I'm sitting here watching. It's not my choice. I don't have any agency.
That's just such a funny fucking image. Can you imagine that? Fuck's sake.
But also, fuck, dude, that's such a weird way to make your argument. This is not what people do.
I know. It's really bad.
What the fuck is this?
Funny fucking image to me.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my table, and just this one guy is over there. He's got the character sheet in front of him and going, Man, I can't generate these guys' stats. He's his own person. He's right there. I mean, he's just doing his thing. I'm just voicing him, making sure that I make the decisions and all this kind of stuff.
What right do I have to decide what his strength is?
I have no idea. Oh. It's just strange because it's well, okay, that's not what's happening. Nobody's gonna be like, I mean,
well, my Call of Cthulhu investigator works at a grocery store. He's doing fine. Why would he want to do anything? Fucking, he's
he's just gonna go home. Honestly,
he's just gonna go home and sleep.
Yeah. Seems like his day's done. Really, he's got a full shift
man.
in
He's
the morning.
got some fucking what'd they do in the past? Play jacks and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, Cracker Jacks. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a box of that and bounce my ball.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
I guess if we want to, if I want to steal anim, it's what my character would do. I can't control what my character would do in the moment because this is how he thinks, right? Which, okay, right? It's like, okay, you're just okay, cool. I should try RimWorld. Yes, you should. It's good. It just came out recently with another DLC.
It's never goes on sale though, which is super annoying.
That's not true.
Really?
Yeah, it goes on sale on occasion. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. The stats are not the whole character to me. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I will say his comment of "not at my table" is valid, but something to be said at the beginning of session 0. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Either that or when you receive the character, if you don't have a session 0, when you receive the character.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, so I saw in your notes here that you don't like to work with anyone, and you are unwilling to work with anyone at all. And you are here to leave. Why is that? Tell me why you said that.
Yeah, what's going on here?
What's that all about? Tell me what you said that. Why'd you say that? And then they go, well, my guy just really doesn't want to do this. And so you go, okay, make a new character. Or don't play. And then they go, but I really want to play this character. And you go, cool. Well, I guess I could do a one-on-one session with you someday, but that is not going to be this. So, or you go, I don't feel like doing a one-on-one session with you. That's not my thing. So, cool. Cool. I'll see you later. Thanks for wasting my time. You know? I mean, it's just, at that point, it's like, what do you do other than say no? You know? It's unfortunate, but if you're doing a thing that's going to require a team and the person is unwilling to create someone who will at least entertain the idea, like that, it's like, come on. Where are we? What are we doing? I suppose that if I were playing Conan, I wouldn't have been have him be nice to someone just because that would be the most advantageous thing to do. That's fair. Excuse me. Oh, goodness.
Nope, none whatsoever. You may have detected that this is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. So
everything is a pet peeve of yours, guy.
Of mine, and see if you share it, or if perhaps you might just be a chaotic, stupid player.
Oh, so you either share in his pet peeve, or you might be chaotic, stupid yourself. I like that. I like those two.
That's always, God, that's so common. It's just this fucking always if you're not with us, you're against us bullshit.
I like it. I know he doesn't mean it that way, but man, oh man, that is not what you say.
Yeah.
It is not what you say.
Indeed, it is not.
So chaotic, stupid. Their immediate fault. Oh, it's my character. My character would do that.
So, there are many instances where I could defend that I made a poor, non-optimal, or flat-out stupid decision with a
character.
That's my character.
It actually is your character.
Yeah. And like, as the DM or GM or whatever you are, I would hope that in those instances when I do say that you would also see that. And you wouldn't be like, man, that's just stupid.
You're stupid. Why are you stupid? Stop being stupid.
Why are you being so dumb? Yeah. Stop it. Right? Like,
end this nonsense.
Yeah. It's that flow chart that you got to follow of, okay, I make this action. If I make this action, will it A, help the party, B, not help the party, C, actively take away from the party, right? D, might take away from the party, but could be kind of funny and everybody would kind of like it.
Or none of the above.
E, none of the above. F, I don't know.
F for fuck it.
Yeah,
let's do it anyway.
Yeah, right. But it's that thing of like you have to make sure that you're not actively going to fuck over everyone else in like a way that's going to absolutely make them upset, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and that really depends table to table, right? Because I think most of the time, at least for our group, most of the time we're willing to go with just about anything we do.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just about anything that we do, and if we have a little bit of an issue with it, we'll talk about it for a sec.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's like, oh, okay. Or, you know, and then we come to a resolution. But that's the thing that happens. It's not, you know, we don't necessarily, and I assume, I would hope that this is something that he'll talk about of like how you deal with it in the moment, I guess, or something. Because I would hope that you would have a civil discussion. And not maybe let it sit and rot inside of you as a source of resentment for a while until the game is over or something.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Don't do
that. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like entering the room is a pet peeve of his. Who are these people in this room? Feathers so easily rustled.
Yeah.
He does seem to have a lot of pet peeves. It's true.
Yeah. Like
the world is imperfect. Yeah.
Indeed.
Exactly. Oh, don't pull all people who disagree with me are wrong card with me, Mr. GM dude. Damn. I know, right?
Yeah. Christ.
So all solutions and remedies that follow are not going to help because the definition of chaotic stupid is not chaotic stupid. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Video is going to get gatekeepy, isn't it? We'll see.
Not going to get gatekeepery.
Not going to get gatekeepy, is it? Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing, right? It's that thing of he's not going to give us enough leeway for us to agree. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's too binary a lot of the time.
Yes. That's what we're going to be encountering, I imagine.
Yeah, because that tends to be what Guy does. Yeah, unfortunately.
He was raised a thief, you see, so he's always going to steal. No, he's not always going to steal.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I drive a car.
Well,
I'm not going to drive the car all the time. And if there's someone who's bad,
here's the problem. I understand what he's saying, but he's not saying what he needs to say correctly.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the whole, he's not always going to steal. It's your character wouldn't just steal every single thing at all times without thinking about it. That's what he needs to be saying. But he's not.
You need to have reasoning behind what you're stealing that isn't just shiny.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so that's the thing. It might just be that.
It could be.
So that's just we have layers. See, it's not a binary thing every time, right? Because it's like, okay, shiny could be, it's valuable, I want to sell it. Or, that looks pretty, I want to have it. Or, I need that because someone else has it. Or, like, motivation is so deep when you really start delving into it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, you need to know that motivation for your character. And then you also need to think, okay, so, does my character understand, like, the norms of society?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because then it's like, okay, my character
we're at a whole other level now.
Yeah, exactly. We're so far into, like, a character creation, right? Because it's like, my character was born in the woods and had to steal things to survive to eat. Doesn't understand social norms, so will steal whatever he needs without thinking it's stealing because he needs to survive.
Yeah, and because he doesn't understand ownership.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a whole other level than
it's a whole thing. If you don't have that, then you have, no, my guy just needs to survive and does not care about other people's, like, sense of ownership or feelings about it. Okay, different motivation entirely, but understandable as to why you would do that, right? But then it's also like, okay, my character steals because he wants to steal stuff, and he understands that it could get him into trouble, but man, he's got to do it because he's got this compulsion. Okay, another whole thing of maybe he really just needs to do it, but he knows that it's bad, but he can't help himself, right? Yeah. Or then you get to the point of, I just steal. Right? And then it's like, but why? And then, I just steal.
Yep.
Okay, so when we were making a character, my DM probably should have gone, so why do you steal? Why are you a thief? And then when you said, I just steal, and you refused to elaborate, he should have gone, so let's
you're
work
either
on that.
Stupid or a Giga Chad,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna go
let's
with
work on
stupid
that.
here.
let's really delve into that. Let's figure out why you steal, okay? Just so that, you know, we both have an understanding, and so that you don't accidentally create something in the party that makes you upset, right? Or makes other people upset at you, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of both the DM's job and the player's job to kind of get to that point of like creating this stealing character who's going to work, right?
Sly Cooper, yes.
Yes, exactly.
Except with way worse and way stupider Sly Cooper.
Right,
yes.
right. I just steal.
Yes.
But yeah, so I really think that it's a two-way street, that he's not going to talk about being a two-way street at all.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. He does not do words well today. I don't know. I think this is the thing. He's reading from a script, or at least outline of or bullet points or something, and then he goes off of those. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or he does understand ownership, but he'd rather survive than follow the rules. Yeah. Exactly. That's also another valid reason. I just steal, man. Yeah.
I just steal.
I
My
just
name is Steal.
I am Steel Man, and I steal, man. Come on. I do crime because that's who I am, and if you can't handle it, fuck you, GM, man. Yeah, exactly. That's the only valid way to respond, obviously.
If you don't want me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. God, I fucking hate that shit. Ugh.
Oh, it's used for such shit.
Yes, it is.
So funny. I steal the crown at the coronation. Why? Because when my character was a kid, he saw those with crowns as never going hungry, and I grew envious of them. Oh, look. Chaotic, stupid moment justified. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like my character never actually learned that there was no, like, the reason why people with crowns didn't starve.
Yeah,
so I just assumed that if I had a crown, I wouldn't starve.
Yeah.
That's actually fucking great.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you frame it from a younger character, or at least, you know, coming of age person, or even somebody who's just doesn't pay attention to the society in any way, really. Like, it just, yeah, absolutely. That's a reasoning.
Yeah, it's great,
crazy. But I guess we have to work under the assumption that no one spoke ever before we played or while we were playing, ever.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
You know, I steal that thing because shiny. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, that is, we could dive into that. That's the thing. We could really figure that out. But
Instead of driving it, then I'm going to let them do that. But I'm also not going to say, oh, well, I drive the bus into the building. That is the exact opposite of what I was doing. A thief who has been raised a thief all their lives means that they have survived. They have been smart enough to know when to steal and when not to steal. Players who've got characters that have the sleight of hand option and who, oh, I just pickpocket. But he's an ally. He's just offered you a quest. Why would you want to possibly?
Well, I mean, you could still want to do that. Let's be fair. Come on.
Yeah.
He's my ally does not mean shit.
It really doesn't.
Come on. Like, yeah, if you're caught, then it means something. But, like, if you're not caught, I mean, you got some sweet stuff. Come on.
Yeah, come on now.
But, like, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, you know.
Steal from that character. Well, I'm a thief. My character's a thief and I have no agency. I can't choose a thing. I don't have any power. Absolute and utter rot. You are the player.
Yeah, it would be if somebody said that.
Yeah.
If someone
It'd be
actually
funny
said
if they
that.
did too.
Yeah,
Like,
I would start laughing, and then I'd go, no, really,
like,
man. Yeah.
Okay, now try again.
I mean, like, yeah, but like, seriously, come on.
Yeah, it's like, okay, come on.
Yeah, that's good.
you control how that character works. And by just defaulting back to saying, well, it's what my character would do, is pretty shallow thinking, in my opinion. I'm being quite harsh here because this is what I feel. Oftentimes, characters are created and you go, well, that just doesn't make any sense. What were you thinking here? Oh, you weren't.
No, okay. So you're revealing more to me of like how you don't like you didn't try to understand this, you know?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a conversation is my problem, right?
You didn't even try.
You did not have a conversation. You just like or you did and you didn't offer anything.
Yeah.
That could be worse.
That would be even worse.
Yeah, that could be worse. I don't know what it is, but something happened here where no communication was had in some way. And like you just either got fed up with them too fast or you just assumed something and then nothing was learned.
Yeah.
Like you just gotta talk. I don't know. Say some word. Communicate. We don't all talk to each other in our minds usually. I mean, I do sometimes, but like other people, you know.
It's not like high school where you have to expect other people to fucking read your mind.
Yeah, exactly. We're kind of
really
past
not.
that. Usually.
Unless you actually are a high school student, in which case,
I mean, everybody
God
has
have mercy
to.
on your soul.
Yeah. And like you have to make sure that you're projecting your thoughts and they have to be receptive of your thoughts. And then at that point, you know, but like
it's a skill. It takes time.
It does take time. It takes almost all of your high school career, and then usually it doesn't manifest. So
yeah, no. For most people, it either never manifests, or for the people that think it did, it didn't.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's this thing of like, maybe I would understand you more if you, I don't know, chose to talk to me. It'd be cool. Maybe if we had a conversation. Maybe if you set out words that meant something to me in my brain when you said things to me, then I could follow along and maybe we could, I don't know, exchange ideas and come to a better understanding.
Yeah, but no.
Instead of you looking at me like I'm a freak when I can't even understand that that's the look that you're giving me. Right? Like,
yeah.
If you can manage to get away and fence that thing, you probably won't ever starve again. Yeah, that's true. That's the thing, right? If you really want to do, like, here's the other thing, right? King's getting coronated? That's not right. Crowned.
Yeah, no, it is.
Oh, it is? Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, it's a coronation.
Well, yeah, but is it to be coronated? Is that?
Oh no, it would be to be crowned.
Be crowned,
king.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
So
be crowned king or be crowned queen.
Yeah. So if you're seeing this coronation going on and the person is going to be crowned, and you are like, okay, so if I do this, I'm gonna be the guy in history.
You're the guy,
right?
Yep.
Like, that's the other thing of like, what? This is happening right now. Why are you doing this? Dude, I'm gonna be the guy.
Yeah, no, like, it was like fucking, in Elder Scrolls 4, when you do the Thieves Guild quest.
Yeah.
The last one, you steal a fucking Elder Scroll, and the Grey Fox is like, dude, we're not doing this for money. We're doing this for glory.
Yeah.
People will be fucking telling stories about this forever.
Yeah. It's just, it puts you as a legacy.
Yeah. You're a fucking legend.
Yes. A historical figure that people will know for years and years to come.
Yeah.
It's another whole motivation that you could cite.
Yeah. It would be another, like, hell, could you imagine doing that? Like, starting a campaign where you're all thieves and you have a goal to steal the crown fucking jewels, and then one of you decides to be like, you know what? I'm gonna, like, go and talk to the DM. It's like, man, so we're gonna do this thing. I want my character to actually, like, after we have them, I want to separate from the group, get the crown jewels, and return them.
Ooh.
And, like, admit that I did it. It's like, you know what? You can arrest me, but
it was me.
I just wanted to be known that
it was me.
It was me.
Only me.
I stole this shit.
Oh, yeah. That would be pretty good.
God, I would hate that person so much. But
everyone
man,
would hate that person so much. But
everyone
man, would hate that person immediately. But then I would afterwards go like, dude, that's so fucking smart, dude.
I know. Yeah, and like even at the table, I'd be like, but you know what? Fucking slow clap.
Props,
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fuck.
God, that'd be good.
That would be really good. Steal that
Yeah.
idea, anybody who's in a thieving campaign.
Yes. And I mean, hell, there's another one. This isn't really anything to do with that, but talking about that made me think of it.
Yeah.
Remember when we were doing we almost did that Underdark campaign where we were going to play as Underdark races.
Yeah.
And I wanted to play as the like weird fairy halfling people.
Yeah.
And they have this thing where they gain political power based on like the cool shit that they bring back from their adventures.
That's right.
And how I wanted to become like the governor by finding the fucking Philosopher's Stone.
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm.
That would have been so fucking cool.
Yeah. Let's see. I write notes to people and get a what the fuck look because no one writes anymore.
Ugh.
Yeah, well.
What a shame.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Stealing stuff could be a curse that they can't help it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Could also
absolutely.
be that. Absolutely. Anyway.
Oh, my scores. It's my scores. My score's an 8, so my character's a complete idiot.
Well, okay. To be fair, if you have like an intelligence of like 6,
Yeah, you gotta be lower
then
than
you
an
actually are pretty dumb.
8. Yeah, you gotta
An
be
8?
pretty low.
Yeah, you actually had to be pretty low for that to happen. Like, that's the kind of thing where you would take, like, well, I mean, they don't do this anymore in D&D, but if you have the thing where, you know, like, let's say, I don't know, I think, didn't orcs or ogres or something have lower intelligence?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
negative intelligence?
Yeah.
If you have that, and then you make intelligence your dump stat, then fine.
Yeah.
But if you're at an 8, you are only slightly less intelligent than everybody else.
Yeah. This is the other thing that I have to stress in that kind of situation. Even if you have a lower intelligence, quote unquote, score than anybody else, you still at least are able to pick up on some social norms.
Yeah. Call of Cthulhu has a good example of this where you can have, or in your statistics or characteristics or whatever, you have intelligence and then education.
Yes.
So you can be a brilliant professor, but you have no fucking idea what social norms are.
Yeah.
Or you could have no formal education at all, but be incredibly street smart.
Yeah. The lower intelligence doesn't necessarily mean that you are a fool, like a total buffoon. Doesn't necessarily mean that. It just means that things are harder for you to pick up on.
Exactly.
Right. So it really just depends, right?
Yeah.
You could be, hell, you could be like trained to speak eloquently.
Yeah.
But you could have a low intelligence, so you don't really necessarily understand the situations, and you might like get them wrong, if you will, right? Like you're in a situation where you have to be more diplomatic, but you say things in such a way that sounds more threatening, right? Instead of necessarily saying things in a way that is more open to some kind of trade or bargain. And so you just like fucking completely botch it because they're like, you dare to threaten me in my own house? And you go, oh god, no, right? But you just didn't pick up on the cues, or you didn't realize that would be taken that way or something. Hey, Grungo no smart enough to break third wall. Grungo only have number after 7 in brain. Yeah, exactly. Yes, penalty to stat scores. The barbarism of older editions of D&D and other systems. How terrible these players must have felt taking penalties for their choices / sarcasm. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Wisdom is street smarts, right? Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
It depends, right? I think because at least in D&D, wisdom is usually used for something like insight, right? Or sensing motive or something. So you could equate it to that. But yeah, you could have less book smarts, more street smarts, but something like is wisdom a thing in Call of Cthulhu? I don't think it is.
No.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's just the
Yeah, it's
intelligence
not.
and education, so you don't have to you don't worry about that kind of thing in that.
Well, okay, so wisdom. I guess the closest. No, POW isn't really like
No,
that.
that's willpower or
Yeah.
power in general. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, no, there really isn't one.
Yeah, so in at least in Call of Cthulhu, you wouldn't have that kind of thing. It's literally just intelligence and education. Those two would, as Boo said, that would be how you kind of play that off.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
now to dump intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Yeah. Street
And then
Smarts-
play a wizard.
Yeah. Street Smarts has a little of everything with intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Intelligence giving you knowledge of locals and customs, wisdom giving you the instincts to navigate your environment, and charisma for charm. Yeah. That's the thing. We have all of these stats, and some things just would be over all of them, but you kind of have to put it into a category for it to work, unfortunately. But that's just how it works mechanically. But in general, if you want to think about it actually like realistically, then yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Anyway.
Depending on the scale of what those scores might mean, yes, you may have a character who has been unfortunately not blessed with the gene pool of a genius, but rather they're at the shallow end. Mixed that metaphor up, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
The idea of relying on your scores, yes, it's important to look at those values and to derive the character based on those values, or the values based on the character you created, however you create your characters. They should not, however, act as limitations. They should act as guidelines. So your character is not that smart or is statistically below the average. Unless they have the mentality of someone who is prepubescent, there is a certain amount of control and understanding that has happened regardless of how unintelligent that character is.
Perfectly put.
Yes.
Good job. Hey.
Good. You did it. Yes.
They need to have some sense of the world. It's not just, oh, well, my intelligence is only 28%, so no, I shoot him because I'm not smart enough to think of anything else. No, the player is not smart enough to think how a character might respond in that situation. And yes, go, all right, they have a limited reasoning capacity. They're not educated. They're not a fey with tactics. What is their best call of action? They are unsure what to do here. They're not going to fly into a rage. They're not a rager. Maybe if they are, they fly into a rage and they charge forward because of limited thinking, etc., etc. But if they are unsure of themselves, they might wait for the one who is smart. They might defer to the one who is, always reading and stuff. And
No, this is also a good thing of like, you want to play that kind of character and you are in a party that has somebody who is definitely more intelligent by leaps and bounds in character interactions and stuff, then you can reasonably have your character default to them.
Yeah.
Because, or whoever takes charge charismatically like a leader, whoever you want to, because then you could start, having them either, or even going against them, going like, oh, they're so smart, they think they know what they're doing. But I know
what do.
I
know what do.
Yeah. So then you go, like, you can use that as the way to kind of figure out how you're going to make your character work. And then, later on when you start doing things, opposite of that character enough that it's like, all right, my character and your character are going to have a talk, right? And then you can start having that kind of maybe change more so. And then you can have some character growth and bonding in that kind of respect. And then you get more of a well-rounded character that is like, okay, well, maybe it's not so bad that he's so smart, right? Like, have that kind of classic thing of like,
you have big brain, I have big arm.
Yeah, and like,
all I need.
Yeah, you think you're better than me because you were educated, but maybe that's not necessarily the case, right?
Yeah.
So, have the prejudice that's there from someone to then become a character growth moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about that kind of stuff. And yeah, I'm glad that he's brought this up. This is good.
Yes.
To them and watch what they're doing first. So a smart player looks at how to take the character and use those numbers to still tell a good story. Imagine now the scenario. I don't know what to do. Okay, I've just charged and hit it. You haven't been violent before. Why are you being violent now? Oh, I got confused because I've got low intelligence. Sure, okay, that's one way of playing it. The other way of playing it is I turn and I look to...
Okay, so you've already created a scenario where the first one is a lot more unreasonable because they're low intelligence and they've made a decision that they have just done out of the blue. As you've said in your scenario of, oh, you've never done that before, why did you do it now? Right?
Yeah, like, I got confused.
Which that could be something that happens if the character has been confused a time or two before, and that just...
And then let's say, like, what if they got confused before? Like, oh, my brain got confused.
Yeah.
Arms fix.
Yeah.
And then that worked for them.
Yeah. That's the other thing, right? And, like...
Yeah.
I don't know. It again, we need more context for this scenario. And, like, the context that you've given has made it so this scenario is definitely the worst one.
Yes.
Like, it is definitively the worst one. And it's like, oh, but what if it wasn't in this context of another game and another scenario?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because it could very well be something that you could do. And it works out well.
Yeah.
Nicola, she's the smart one. She'll know what to do. Nicola, what do we do? That creates a much more interesting space. The player of Nicola has now just had vindication as to why they are being laboured with the responsibility of doing all of the thinking, and they are now...
Oh, okay, so they're automatically in that position of feeling like they are laboured.
I don't think that was... I know.
Yeah, it's
just a joke.
Bolstered by it. It also means, hopefully, that there will be reciprocity later on, where the character and player of Nicola then turn and say, well, actually, Vic, you're the muscle here. You're good at lifting things. How would you solve this? It's an interesting dynamic that's created rather than just, I go hit it because I'm stupid. Doesn't make sense, in my opinion. Oh,
well, not unless you're an orc.
Or something. Anything that has strength. Right?
Yeah, like
if your
sometimes
dump
hitting
stat
it
is intelligence and your highest stat is strength, then there is a reason why you have lived so long. I don't think I hit.
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on.
I hit, therefore I am.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Exactly. That's very good.
Yeah.
Labored. Oof. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
The labored with intelligence thing, it might have been a joke, but it's still like
no, labored with to do the thinking, like do all the thinking.
Yeah.
And so it's just meh.
I think it's just the context that he puts everything in. It doesn't feel like a joke or anything. It's just...
Yeah, it's because he's so dry all the time, and about half the time he's also kind of pissed off.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem.
It's the thing of, like, I can't take it as a joke because it doesn't seem like it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this train of thought as deep as he thinks it is?
Not really.
That before, when he was talking about the scores or guidelines and stuff, that was better.
Yeah, that was fine.
Yeah.
My character knows what they're doing. I don't. I'm not. What? Okay. There are some issues that need to be dealt with here. Role-playing is not where you cease to exist and someone else exists. That is sublimation method acting. That's not role-playing, and that's not what we're looking for at a role-playing table. So saying, oh, well, my character would do this, no.
What? This is the same as your first point. First off.
Yeah, this like, no, come on now. There are times when that is.
Yeah, but also, like, why can't I get lost in my character?
Yeah.
Why? I am here to do a role that I am playing. It doesn't mean that I am, like, I'm not trying to use my knowledge. I'm trying to use the character's knowledge. They might coincide every now and then, but most of the time, I'm not metagaming.
Most of the time.
Yes, most of the time, yes.
Oh, so you do metagame. Wow.
That's right, yes. On occasion, I look at my stats.
God, what a fucker.
That's right.
What a bastard.
I
What
know.
an absolute bastard.
I know. I'm sorry. Sometimes I need to know that I have a +2, and sometimes I go, is it worth it?
Well, your character would know if he had a +2.
That's true. But yeah, no, it's like, what a strange thing to say, because you're going back on the first point and you're trying to frame it as another point. It is not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just escaped a gladiator arena. Hitting is all I know. Exactly, right? It kept you alive. Why wouldn't you use it? Getting lost in your character is the whole point, is it not? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the man on the screen is the face of a metagamer. Let us shame him. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I don't understand this at all, because it's like, first off, no one would say something like, I have no agency, this is just, I'm not here, it's just the character. It's like,
it's just the character.
First off, like, no one would say that because no one would question that, right? It's fine. Like, yes,
unless it's not.
Unless it is specifically like, yeah, you're playing as a guy who would murder everyone, and so you just murder literally everyone, including your party, and then it's like, okay, well
then what
why
the
did
fuck
I
is the
allow
point of
you?
that?
Why did I allow you to play?
Yeah, there you go.
Right? So this is the thing, two-way street.
Yes.
So yeah, it's like, most of the time if you get lost in the character, most people are like, that decision makes so much fucking sense.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because it's
the vast majority of the time, people don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Or they like it.
Yeah. You can get lost in your character if you want to. It's not bad. Alejo gets lost in Mez all the time. It's true. I do.
Yeah.
Mez is a good, fun guy.
Yeah.
I like that guy. He's a bastard.
Indeed.
No, you as the human.
Tharnanar is just a lovable little scamp.
Yes.
The other things, extremophile mechanics.
Huh?
Extremophile. Well, my skill is so high that mechanically I can't fail. So yes, I steal the crown off. What, you're giving me how many penalties? Fine. I've got so many things loaded in my favor.
Boris.
So the world now breaks. Quite literally, the world now breaks. So
he said the thing that you say.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh, how do you feel about that?
Good job. Yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing that I can say about having such a huge skill.
Yes.
You are so skilled that why wouldn't you be so fucking confident that you can do something?
Yeah.
Like, doesn't that make sense as a character?
Well, I think what he's getting at isn't the confidence. It's more just my numbers are so high that I will be able to do it. There's no chance of me failing, so it should just happen.
I guess so. Who are we talking about?
Yeah, right.
So
I guess let's say your thievery or sleight of hand or whatever.
Yeah,
my sleight of hand is so good that I can steal the crown off the king's head.
Yeah, which okay.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can really easily start to tear that shit apart because, okay, sure, you steal the crown, and suddenly the king's head feels light, and he, touches the top of his head. It's like, there's no crown. He turns around, and he sees you holding the fucking crown.
Sure, yeah.
And then it's like, okay, guards, behead that man.
Sure. And then you have a whole chase scene, and you either get away or you die.
And there you go.
And
so you might be able to steal it.
Yeah.
Sure. You might be able to snatch the crown off the king's head, but where are you right now?
Yeah.
You are 2 feet away from the king.
Yeah.
In his court.
Yeah, exactly.
Surrounded by guards in a castle with 5-foot thick stone walls.
I
Unless you have teleportation or invisibility, good fucking luck.
Right, and I would hope that if you are even going to attempt it, that you would have things in place, first off. Or,
yeah, you
like...
Well, see, here's the thing. If he's saying, like, I'm gonna snatch the crown off the king's head with just my bare hands, just, like, walking by, he might not.
Well, yeah, sure.
You might
But
actually
again,
be dealing with someone so stupid that they would be doing that.
that's the thing. I can't think of people being that way. It's a
Exactly.
straw man.
Yes.
So, like, yeah, that's my whole thing of, like, who are we talking about, right?
Yeah.
Because even, I can't imagine that even, like, if somebody, and I'm sure some of these people exist, sure.
Oh,
fine.
sure.
I will give you that someone out there exists, but not enough for this to be as much of a problem as it is.
Yeah, no, of
Right?
course not.
Because, like, I can't imagine people going and looking at their sheet and only going, I have a high skill, I'm going to do this because I have a high skill.
Yeah, no.
Right? Like, that is the only thought that they have, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't seem like something that happens in the brain.
Yeah.
It
At least
like,
not in intelligent people.
well, it's not even
intelligent enough to actually roleplay successfully.
Yeah, I'm just, like, it doesn't even, like, they don't even have to be, they just have to be a person.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, if they're not 12,
Yeah.
right? It's just something that, and I guess, again, if this is a thing that has happened, then I hope to fuck that you talked to them.
Yeah.
And you explained what a character motivation is and what self-preservation is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there are so many concepts that you understand as a human being that you need to understand when you do an action. In, like, just because you're an elf or a halfling or an orc or a tiefling, whatever you are, you're a robot, doesn't mean that you don't necessarily understand what those are. Because everything wants to live.
Yes.
And everything understands that there are consequences for their actions, unless they are a tiny little babe that has no knowledge of anything until they've put their hand on the stove for the first time. Right? That's when you start learning that things have consequences. Oh, I put my hand on the hot stove, it hurts, I take my hand away, ow, ow, ow. I don't want to do that again, unless I do and I like it. Either way, right? You learned something.
There were certainly better ways to learn it.
Yes.
But you still learned it.
Exactly. It's, so, like, I can't,
Yeah.
who are we talking about? And why do they not have someone like you, who seems to have a problem with this, talking to them?
Yeah, like, for fuck's sake.
Or are you just so tired of it at this point that you've talked to too many people that you just don't want to anymore? In which case, that's on you.
Yeah. And why are you hanging out with so many people and like that?
That are like that. Exactly.
If you're a role player, you probably hang out with other role players. And the vast majority of role players aren't actually that stupid.
Yeah. And, like, if this is something that happened so long ago, you could use it as a teaching tool, but not sound so fucking bitter about it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the other thing. If this is something that you have experience with, then I would assume that you would take the good out of it, the learning experience that you could pass on to other people that you might need to tell about this, like you're trying to do here, but maybe in a way that doesn't sound like you fucking hate this person.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Like, it's just, I don't know, man.
The
And
rage.
have us over here sounding, being all fucking in your shit about it.
Yeah.
You're creating a cycle.
Indeed. You're giving us business.
Read the room before you take the crown. Yeah, that's the other thing. Have a plan? I don't know. As well?
Yeah.
And learning is half the battle. G.I. Joey. Joey. I put my hand on the stove, and the secrets of the universe flowed into my mind. Exactly. See, if that happens, then fuck it. You can do whatever you want, really.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah.
It's fucking good shit.
Yeah. Do it again.
Yeah.
Get double the universe secrets.
Head of the monarch whilst they're being coronated, and this has never happened in one of my games because it wouldn't But if
Oh.
that was the case,
What?
there would be someone who sees what's going on. And yes, there's a
So you are literally just creating a straw man.
Yeah, what
Why
the
not
fuck?
use an actual example that you could actually like give us a resolution for that actually like happened to you?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I might question if it happened to you, but if you tell it to me reasonably enough and with enough charisma, that I might actually believe you.
Like
Now that you've admitted it,
fucking
Now-
hell.
now why are we using it?
Yeah. I guess it's the only example I could think of, but it's still
That's
not
fine.
really even the best example.
Yeah,
to be
that's fine.
honest.
I'm not saying that you can't just make up an example. That's something that we've done before, obviously. But
Yeah.
we usually preface it beforehand, before we've gone on such a fucking ride with it.
Yeah.
You know? Like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Actually, on my second birthday, I tried to eat the fire on the cake candle. I can understand that entirely, though.
Ooh.
Fire looks
nice.
yummy. Fire looks really yummy.
Oh.
Yes, the finest quality of straw man. Too stupid and obstinate to even exist. Yeah. But it has to be used as the example, because otherwise I wouldn't have one.
Fuck, that's a great way to put that.
Yeah. Lamau, and this wouldn't happen in my games. I don't want to play in your games, you wisdom vacuum. Ooh.
Oh, that's a new one. Shit,
Yeah,
that's good.
I like that. I like that.
elaborate illusions, and if there is a case where they've set up a false front so that it looks like it's the monarch, but it's actually a fake monarch and it's a fake crown, whilst the real monarch is being held up and her crown is being stolen, that's a different story.
Yeah, it's completely different and a whole different thing that you've made up. Very
yeah, for
good.
fuck's sake, that's a whole plan.
Yeah, you literally, so you as the DM then understood that your player character was going to do this.
Yeah.
So, and you were okay with it. So you planned around it like a DM would with a character that has a motivation or some kind of quirk that you've explained or they have explained to you and you have worked with, and you are okaying.
Yeah.
Again, two-way street, my friend. If you're going to complain about this, I will complain about you not doing your due diligence.
That is a very interesting story and a much more complicated story than just, well, because my stats are so high, there's no penalty you can give me that I can't not do it. Yes, it requires miracle. I have miracle level. Look, miracle level. Quite clearly it says there, miracle level. I am a god. I can do whatever I like. Yes, you can. That means you need to restrain yourself and behave as you would in this environment.
How you
Imagine
kill
if the
a god,
general
Nevermore.
population suddenly went, hang on a moment, there's someone who can actually nick the crown jewels off of the head in front of 10,000 people. Wow. No point in putting doors on our buildings anymore, is there? Just sort of give it all over right now. There's not much point in living. So we need to think about
What? Oh, okay. They can steal the crown jewels, which means we should kill ourselves. All right.
Yeah. No, okay, Jesus.
Yeah, okay,
Calm
sure.
down.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Okay. I'm down. Let's do it, I guess. Fuck it.
Yeah.
If we're gonna just keep going. Whatever.
Yeah.
So is he going to tell us how to deal with this imaginary problem as a DM, or is he just talking to us like we're the stupid person? Yeah, the second one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. He won't tell you what he has given us other things, but most of the time he's just saying that's more interesting, which is like, well, okay, so it's more interesting for you, first off, right?
Yeah.
While I agree that yes, it is more interesting for me as well. Still, if the person wants to be a thief in general, like, fucking let's just
Fucking do it.
work with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't, again, he's not given the DM any responsibility.
Yeah.
Any. Whatsoever.
Everything is on the player.
Yes, everything is on the player, which is the number one problem that I have so far. Is just, why have you not even considered for a moment that you could have done anything about this? You know.
Yeah.
Wait, why does a god need restraint? The Greek gods certainly didn't. That's true.
Yeah.
None of them really do.
Yeah. It's honestly that's a That's
Yeah, that's the thing.
good.
None of them do. So,
Yeah.
I missed last stream where we talked about nice things coming back. This one gives me a headache, so I'm going to have Loop Hero on in the background. Fair enough.
Yep.
There you go. I'm a god. How can you arrest a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the dig up wordplay.
Yep, so good.
Always love me a dig out there. Always do.
We'll steal the crown jewels from the tribe unmourned. I don't think the tribe unmourned has any crown jewels,
but you know,
I just want to say the tribe
still
unmourned.
Good. Yeah, still good.
Good shit.
Is it going to have there? So the chaotic stupid player for me is someone who doesn't have any kind of reverence for anything other than their own self-indulgence.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So, how do we work against being chaotic stupid?
Oh, thank God.
Oh, we
How do
actually
we
are getting to
avoid
something.
it?
There we
Okay.
go.
If I have been mentioning things and you go, oh, I do that sometimes. Yes, I do that too. How do we mitigate against that? Because there is a fine line. There is a very fine line between playing the character and the stats that go with it, and I've done videos where I have spoken about doing just that, and then taking it too far.
If I just want him to mention talking with your DM or just in general, just communicating.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I need the words that
Yes.
mean speaking to someone to happen. It's all I need.
Yep. We'll
And
see if
that's
we
when
get
you
it.
end up being chaotic stupid. So these are the ways that we play against chaotic stupid. It's restraint versus expression. Oh, my character grew up a thief, so I'm going to steal from everybody that I encounter. No, you're not. You wouldn't. You really, really, really wouldn't. If you think you can get away with it and that it won't harm the relationship in the future, sure, then do it. You steal from the merchant as you're leaving the town. Maybe that'll work because you've seen an opportunity that the others have created, and so you can now enact upon it.
Sure.
But if, and I challenge you to ask yourself this question frequently, if your character does something that is going to cause the other player characters a huge amount of grief and possible death / incarceration / trauma, the question is, would you do it? Would you really do it?
Okay.
Well, I mean,
sometimes.
yeah.
That's the thing. You're
Sometimes you make a character that would do that.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't. Like that's again.
Come on now.
You're trying to give us another binary option, but there are reasons why you might still do that.
Yeah.
Right? What if
Like you could have a fucking reason.
Here's the thing. If we're going to be making up scenarios, here's mine.
Oh.
So, what if, right?
Uh-huh.
You are a part of a group that you're generally, a good group, right? You're doing things to help this town or whatever, and you're getting quests from this like guildmaster, say, yeah? And you are, in the guildmaster's hall at one point, and you are kind of finishing up a quest for him, delivering an item, and he goes to go and put it away. And when he puts it away, you see, like with a successful check, let's say your dungeon master gives you a successful check, which means that they're in on it, but that kind of deflates the thing a little bit. But I'll still continue. You see, that there is like an old family heirloom that was stolen from your home, when you were a child, and you remember that being stolen from you. And you see that shit, and he goes, puts it with it, and then locks it all up. Doesn't know about it, and you question him about it. He's, like a side question. You don't directly state that it's yours because you don't know necessarily if he knows or if he'll be receptive to you just taking it right from him. And he says, "Oh no, that actually keeps us going. That's actually like one of our prized things." And we got to keep that under lock and key because it's something that actually helps drive business.
Mm.
And you go, oh, so you wouldn't part with it in any way? And he goes, no way,
Mm.
we'd go under, honestly, like it'd be bad.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, cool, and then you try to
Interesting.
steal it.
Yeah.
Because it's your family heirloom.
Yeah.
And like you kind of find that important to you.
A
So
little
you
bit.
want to take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to take it and you have it back to where it rightfully belongs, right?
Yeah.
Slash you tell them, "Hey, that's mine." And they go, "No. I bought that. What are you talking
Indeed.
about?" And he's like, "No, it's got my name on it right there." It's like, "No." That's silly, dude. That's crazy. All of them are dead. And you're like, "No, my name." No, stop. You're not. There's no way to test for that, first off. You're in, ancient fantasy times where there's no DNA test. So
unless you use magic.
Unless you use magic,
case,
but
that
like,
could be.
you're low level
But who
enough.
uses magic?
But yeah, and you're low level enough. You don't have that shit. So like, you're fucked, right?
Yeah.
And the guildmaster doesn't have that. I mean, he's a guildmaster. It doesn't mean that he's like made of money.
Yeah.
So I'm just continuing to build my scenario because fuck it.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here.
Yes.
So you go and you do that, and hey,
I'll
if
assist
they
with construction. Sorry.
thank you, I appreciate this. And they if they find out, well, guess what? You're barred from that forever. / they're gonna hunt you down. / they need that shit. You're driving them under. Like, and so you're not gonna be
barred now.
yeah.
Nice. Sorry.
So, but like, it's important to you. And it literally like is the last remaining thing of your family that isn't you.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe you want to give it to your kid when they grow up, if you have a kid, which you hope to, obviously. Come on, legacy. So, yeah, there's a scenario in which that could happen. And there's reasoning for it. And you could get your whole party involved in it, or not. But either way, you could get them all in trouble or not, regardless. And so, yeah, I mean, you might do it, you might not. You might try to find another way around it, like trying to find a different item to swap with it. Like, there are other options, obviously, but this is an option that you could take.
Yeah.
And it could result in something...
probably a fast option, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And it could result in something that is very detrimental to the party and everything, but it could be something that if you get it now, you don't have to worry about doing all that extra work. Right? Like, that's a question there, and if you take that option, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's just an idea and an option that you take, and you change the story a bit. Now, again, in this scenario that I have created, it is not necessarily a very linear scenario, but it could be, and even so, then you get barred from being able to do anything with that guild anymore. And so, what are you going to do? This is where the DM has to figure out, they have put this in front of you. And so they have to also understand that this could happen. And they have to understand that means that they need to plan out a different scenario because of it, right?
Yeah, they need to prep for that.
Yeah. So we come back around to, well, okay, Mr. DM man, why did you put it in front of me if you're going to get angry at me for it? Because
why did you allow it?
Why did you allow it? Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's one of the most important things you need to learn as a DM is that you really do not want to even allow something. Like, don't allow a roll or something like that if you are not able to or not willing to prepare for that.
This is
I want to stab the king. You either say yes and you allow that to happen,
right?
And you need to you have to deal with the consequences of that, or you just say no.
Yeah. There are times where you can say no. There's
and
nothing
you
wrong
may
with that.
need to explain the reasoning.
Yeah.
Because no, you cannot stab the king because that would completely derail everything. And I spent months on this. I really do not want you to ruin the entire campaign that I spent all my time preparing just so you can act out in this moment. I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
And like, Again, if you're doing something like I do with like a sandbox, then I would go, yeah, sure, let's fucking do it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because again, sandbox means you can do fucking anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually. So like that's fine. I will allow it, but then again, I'm not every sandbox runner.
Indeed.
Right? So like, some people would go like, okay, well, so no, because then I mean, you understand what that would do, right? Like that's not something that I want to deal with right now, right? Which is another totally valid reason.
Yeah.
As a DM, just like I really don't want to have to deal with it because it really puts a big like maybe another time, but right now I haven't even thought about you guys just completely going on the bad side of the king.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Which again, it's totally fine if you admit that you have not prepared for that. Like there's but anyway, like I have been reiterating time and time again in this video, this is a two-way street. The DM has responsibilities. It's not just the player. So you should recognize your own faults as a player if you're doing things that are in any way close to this, I guess. Which I really doubt that any of you out there that watch what we have put out are like in any way. But like, so just be aware, and then the DM also has to be aware, and then you're happy hunky-dory.
Yeah. Unless you're not.
Unless you're not. Yeah. This is literally what is happening in a Carnage comic. A cop is in hell chasing Carnage and has some serial killer with him, and he approaches hell, its ruler, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Fair enough, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. There'll be no magic in my high fantasy magic game. Yeah, exactly. Fuck it. Had to step away from the screen. Did I miss anything? No, we haven't even gotten to his first, or we haven't even gotten past his first fucking thing of playing against.
Jesus Christ.
Just more straw men. Yeah, basically.
Yep. More men made of straw.
I've made my own straw man to combat his straw man, and now there is a pillow on the floor of straw.
A body pillow of straw.
That's right. I'll usually have medieval kings be pretty hard to kill. Yeah. Fair enough, as you should. They have like safeguards in place usually.
Yeah, because like one of the other things with kings is that it's not just that they are the ruler; they are also the ones who put all of their other people in a position of power. If the king dies, then they're out of the fucking job.
Yeah, exactly.
So they have a vested interest in keeping that piece of shit alive.
Yeah,
most of the time.
Yeah, sometimes you've got the one who's like, I want to be the king, so fuck it.
Yeah,
which fair enough, sure.
Although that usually winds up having to be like if we're going strictly like medieval kings and shit, it would need to be either a flat out usurper or it would need to be a
family member.
Yes, that.
Yep. Oh, body pillows, nice. Yeah. Post-Renaissance, less so, but medieval usually pretty strong. Yeah.
I don't think you necessarily would, because otherwise my friends would learn very quickly that I have the impulse to throw my coffee on their faces sometimes for a laugh. I don't, ever, but sometimes I would quite like to.
Oh.
It's called being...
So they would find out by you not doing it. Okay, yeah, good joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next question. So these 4 things you can tattoo somewhere on yourself. So that you can remind yourself these are the things that cause you to be a better player.
God, I would cringe. I would cringe so hard if I ever saw anything like that.
Wait, what? Sorry,
he said like you could tattoo this on, like, I know it's a joke. You could tattoo this on you somewhere so you could be reminded. I would cringe.
Oh.
I would cringe. It would be so funny, but I would cringe.
Yeah. Like, what the hell?
Narrative versus chaos. You are playing a role-playing game where arguably you are there for very many different reasons.
Yeah.
Surely one of those reasons, though, is to have a good time whilst exploring a world, whilst role-playing a different character. If you are just bringing chaos, why are you there? What are you doing to?
Why were you allowed into the game? And why, like, if you've been a problem, why hasn't the DM already, like, taken you aside and said, yo, we have a problem? And then, if you continue to be a problem, kicked you out? You know,
It's a good question.
it's almost like I could ask these questions of the DM that you are just all,
Failing the story, is it really that fun for you? Is that what you want to do? You want a space where you can just go mad and just let loose and do all of the things that you wish you could do in real life, but that you actually can't. If that's the case, that's not role-playing. That's a form of self-expression. Maybe you should take...
Okay, well, so it's still a form of role-playing. It's just a totally different game that, again, you've allowed this character who is meant for a totally different setting and game and campaign to be in yours. So, good job. You did it.
Take up art. If it is going to derail the narrative, if it is likely to cause the narrative to fail, and I'm not talking about the grand plot of the GM, you don't have to care about that. That's not your responsibility. But if you are going to rob a tavern owner and then string him up by his tongue from the back room and let him drip dry so that you can have jerky the next morning, that is going to affect the narrative of the party. And it doesn't matter in which way it affects it. If you think that that's going to be great, then you have to shoulder and bear the consequences thereof.
Yes.
But if you think that that's going to cause the entire campaign to come to a grinding halt because the players have now been arrested for murder, it doesn't matter how good your persuasion skill is. Oh, we were completely innocent. Yeah, but it's your dagger in his tongue holding him to the ceiling. There was no one else in that.
Well, okay, so now you've created... So before that, I was following you, and I was like, okay, yes, sure. And then you put in an element that wasn't there in the beginning.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where are we now?
You have now introduced another element that has created this, instead of being a reasonable scenario that I could say, yeah, now you have created a scenario that is literally a straw man. Good job.
Yeah, now it is so unreasonable that it would never happen.
Good job. Very good. I mean, to be fair...
Why do you keep shooting yourself in the foot?
That's what I'm saying, man.
I don't get it.
It's just like, yeah, sure. Potentially someone could leave their dagger in... Like, this is a thing that could happen, yes. Somebody could leave their dagger in after stringing a man up by his tongue and letting him drip dry so that he could be made into jerky. Absolutely could happen. Yes.
Yeah.
This was not introduced in the scenario in the beginning. That is the problem. Because if we're going to follow along with your scenario, you have to give us the whole scenario in the beginning so that we can follow along with why you are talking about each step.
Yeah.
If we're going to just introduce a random element that had no reason to be there for a second, like it just was not hinted at before, then, like, what am I supposed to do with it now? It's completely different.
Yeah.
Is this how this happened? Why is this how this happened, then?
Yeah. What the hell? That's fucking weird.
Is
there a reason why everything has to go so far out of left field that it's an entirely other field?
Because it's the only way to make sure that he's correct.
Ah, that's fucking damning. Wow.
Like, he's always correct. Because he's made the scenario in such a way that he is correct.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and I'm not trying to be a dick about it.
Oh, no, I know. But
I'm just, like, this is what happens.
Yeah, no, it is.
You know?
And, like, you're 100% right. And I'm just like, spitting fucking fire tonight. Fire and fucking brimstone.
I can't not. That's the only thing that I can say about it. Because it's every single time.
Yeah, it really is.
So, like, what am I supposed to do? If I have a moment to think about it, then he's not right, because he's created a scenario for himself that is unreasonable. Anyway, that screenshot a second ago, I assume that was the last time we paused. I suppose Guy just likes to talk down to people sometimes. It does feel that way, yes.
It really does feel like that.
Imagine having this face tattooed on your body and showing it to someone as inspiration to play D&D. Dude, oh, stop. Rangu. Hello, Full Metal Dragon. Welcome back. Oh no, it's the menu meme with different words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give you a menu, and it's not a choice. You're not actually making choices.
Yeah.
Get his face tattooed on the back of your head. Oh god. Just got on here. What's this guy in the video talking about? Oh, he's talking about are you a chaotic stupid player? And at the moment, he's given us a scenario in which he's added an element that was not there before that makes it so that it is a stupid thing to do.
Yeah.
Beforehand, it was a thing that you could do that you could shoulder the responsibility for if you made that decision. But now that he's added this element of damning yourself by leaving something behind that you just apparently at now have forgotten without
now just remembered.
Yeah, and now just remembered that you've forgotten in the middle of the scenario. Now it has become a little farcical, or at least a bit more of a slap in the face that you did not understand would be coming in the beginning of the scenario that you were being described, or that was being described to you. So yeah, I don't know. It's, again, I was following it and I was like, yeah, but now it's like a slap in the face.
Yeah, like
of like, okay, so okay, but okay.
Yeah. And like, here's one other thing. Like, even on top of fucking all of that, this is the problem. Or another problem. It's not the problem, it's a problem.
Sure.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, that your party is batshit enough to do the whole, you kill a guy, you stick him to the ceiling to let him drip dry so you can make jerky out of him.
Sure.
That scene is going to be the absolute fucking focus of the entire scenario at that point, or session at that point.
Yeah.
How the fuck would you be able to, one, come up with that, and then forget the most important portion of that?
I was going to say the same kind of thing.
Like, how the fuck would you come up with, let's fucking kill a guy and then nail him to the ceiling with a dagger through his tongue.
Yeah.
With my dagger through his tongue.
Right.
And then, let's just fucking walk away.
Mm-hmm. So,
and then, in addition, let's walk away and leave evidence behind. And not just evidence, my dagger.
Yeah.
That wouldn't fucking happen.
My dagger. So how is this an identifying dagger already, right?
Yeah.
How is this specifically linked to me?
Does it have your fucking, it has a fucking QR code on it?
Right, that is only mine. Yeah, that's immediately, like, when you start thinking about it, it's like, okay, so this dagger has
100 social credit.
Right. This dagger has to be identified to me in some way. Okay, so when I describe the scenario,
that way the klepto rogue won't steal it.
Exactly. But no, this is the thing, right? So think about how this happens. You as the player, no. So this is why I want to stress this. You as the player said to the DM, okay, I want to take my dagger.
Yes.
That is
mine.
Right?
Sorry.
Right, but like, so
yes, I want to take my dagger.
I want to take my dagger and I want to cut this guy. And I want to string him up by his tongue with my dagger sticking into his tongue so he is hanging from the ceiling.
Yes.
Okay? You've said this, right? And your DM has said, okay, sure. Now, at some point, right, you either forgot that you engraved your initials on the dagger, or your full name, I guess, would be more accurate.
Your full name and your address.
Right, yeah. Send back to
Yeah, please return to.
Yeah, please
at
return
this
to.
address.
Yes. So you have somehow forgot that that's the case, which could happen. Sure. Okay.
Sure, why not?
You could forget that you had it personally engraved to you, even though that seems like something that you would keep in your brain.
Yeah.
Because you put that work in, but fuck it. Okay.
Yeah.
You have forgotten that. Your DM has, first off, let you do this, which is fine. If that's the case, they have allowed you to make this decision. They have let you do this and then not hinted at all in any way that you have left something of such personal value or such identification behind, which is, again, could happen. Okay.
Yeah, could happen.
Sure. That's two
I mean, hell, even
coincidences.
in a scenario like that, I would actually not.
Sure.
Yeah, I would make sure they have to remember it. It's kind of like, remember when we did your Project Astatine, and I specifically said that I am returning everything, and we broke into the guy's house.
Yes, I do remember that.
And I specifically said that I am returning everything exactly as I found it.
Yes. Yep.
Because, we broke into a guy's house. We don't want him to know that we were here.
Exactly.
But anyway, go on.
Yes. So that has happened, right? And then you have decided afterwards that you are going to stay in the same place so that you can get and make jerky, which, by the way, takes days to
it takes way more than days.
Well, you know what I mean, but like it takes time.
It takes time.
To do. Which okay, so the next day you have somehow been discovered immediately. I assume? I don't know. How long has it been? And we have so many things here. So many, like, pieces to this that have to go in such an order for this to happen.
Yes.
So specific.
Yes.
So specific. And that's why it's a straw man. It could happen. Yes.
It could.
Absolutely. Sure. There are, like, anything could happen. Okay? But the likelihood is let me it is not zero. But
yes, it has a not zero chance of occurring.
But because of that, it is so unlikely that it is irrelevant.
Yeah. Did you know that the sun could quantum tunnel to exactly where the Earth is?
Absolutely.
It has a not 0% chance of happening.
But it's so minuscule.
But that doesn't mean it's going to happen in 52 factorial fucking millennia.
Right. So. Yeah, it's really important to me, at least for this moment, to just really stress that this is just such a bad example that he could have just kept as a good example beforehand.
Yeah, he could have.
Because I was totally fine with it. Yeah, you've made the decision. You're like, this is a thing that could happen. Okay, yes. But then we get to the point of, no, you've left your calling card that specifically identifies you. It's like, oh, okay. Wait a minute. When?
Oh, shit.
Why? When? How? Okay, sure.
Where? Come on. There's no way. I wouldn't have left that.
Like, again, could happen, but it wasn't privy to me in the beginning, so I don't understand why it should be privy to me now, so that it's convenient for you to give me a gotcha, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not speaking as a person in the scenario, because in the scenario could happen, and you wouldn't know because you've missed all the signs, right? I'm speaking as somebody who's listening to a story of somebody trying to recount this as something and then frames it as a bad thing at the very end. It's like, wait, what? Why didn't you tell me that while you were setting it up? That he takes his dagger, that he has, like, identifying him to string this up in the beginning. Because that would have made me go, oh, yeah, then you should have, like, thought about that for, like, a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's got his name on it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's fucking Christ.
Right? Like, that's the thing. That's the only thing I can think of that it identifies him. Or it has some specific coloring that is only this guy's. Like, everybody's seen this dagger, and everyone knows that it's his dagger. Because it's specifically, like, the color of an emerald as the blade.
I realize that I realize that this is basically a completely moot point. But
I know.
I also hate the fact that it's like, oh, you fucking nailed a guy to the ceiling with his tongue. That shit would that wouldn't hold.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
God, what the fuck are we on about here? What are we doing?
I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm giving him every bit that he deserves for making the point. That's
absolutely.
what it is, you know.
You've done this to yourself.
Yeah. Straw men everywhere. Yeah. He's telling 6-year-olds how to roleplay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Telling is the problem. Yeah. Your dagger is keyed to your DNA, so it can only stab people if you're holding it. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so it's literally a cyberpunk dagger.
Yeah, it's a smart dagger.
I don't even know if they have those. They probably do.
Probably. This is why you steal a dagger. Yeah.
Wait, I thought smart guns and smart daggers were the things where they are linked up to a neural interface where you can see like a crosshair inside your eye as you aim.
Well, so sometimes I guess biocoded is the word I should
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Biocoded.
I just forgot the actual name of it.
I think you're right. Yeah. Okay, theoretically, he's talking about how to avoid chaotic stupid. Theoretically. Yeah, theoretically, yeah. Jerky, yeah. Or maybe this example includes a chaotic stupid GM running the game. Well, so that's the thing. This is the thing. You came in later, Full Metal Dragon, so I'll give you... He has not given any responsibility to the DM at all. At all in this entire scenario, which is just a very big problem because, again, two-way street... The DM has allowed a player to have a character that has gotten to this point, to enter the game beforehand without having any knowledge of how that character is going to work at all. Slash has not gone, hey, there's a problem here. What's going on in the middle of the game? Then again, this could be the first offense, I suppose. Like, this is the first time where you go, whoa, why'd you do that?
Wait a minute.
But at the same time,
wait.
But at the same time, if this is the first time that this is happening, and you are, to be fair, if you are Guy in that scenario, you would then go, so you're going to take your dagger with your name on it and stick it into his tongue and hang him from the ceiling with it to make jerky out of him. Because you would be that guy. You would say that because you're Guy. And you would try to stress that point in a passive-aggressive way.
Yes. Yeah,
so,
that's the thing, like, I think pretty much everybody who is ever DMing would basically do that thing where you repeat the sentence to make sure you fucking heard them correctly.
Yeah. I would do it in a questioning way of, so you're going to take your dagger.
Yes. That's how you do it.
And I'm laughing at the same time because I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Because it's so fucking ridiculous.
Because it is, right? And then if they continue to say, yep, then I go, okay.
Okay.
Right?
And that exact inflection. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that, it's not something that pisses me off initially because this is the first time I assume that this has happened, and sometimes that could lead to something really funny or something really interesting happening.
Yeah.
At least in my brain, I'm open to most possibilities, so fuck it. Yeah. You want to do it? Let's go for it.
This would work even better if you were playing Warhammer.
Yeah. Yeah, you also want to, do you want to burn him too? Do you want to, like,
do you want to, like, light his feet on fire and, like, watch the flames lick up his leg?
Yeah. There's more that you could do. You want to do more?
Yeah, we could, like, cut off his head and, like, you know.
Mount the skull somewhere, you know? Make him a real example. Right, like, that's the thing.
Mount a skull somewhere. It's completely accurate and I hate it.
So
Anyway.
anyway, man.
A tavern. Interesting. A show-off versus an artist. A show-off.
Damn it.
Yeah, look, I've got all these great skills. Oh, I'm crazy. I just kill stuff. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna. Every time you wake me up, I'm gonna slap you in the face because I'm just a violent character. That's a show-off. An artist is someone who's gonna bring those motivations, that anger, that terror that the character has of waking up, or the thief who secretly sneaks in independently of everybody else and plays out a con or gets a thief, gets an item or steals an item, whatever it might be, who does it subtly and who does it so that it doesn't derail the party. That's an artist. That is someone who is used.
So you could attempt to do that, but still derail a party.
Yeah, you absolutely could.
Let me give you, because as rolls
What if you
happen,
get caught?
Yeah, as dice happen, they could go totally out of your favor.
Yeah, it's like you get caught. It's like, huh? I saw this guy. I recognize him by his
he was-
dagger.
Yeah,
He was with those guys.
he was with those
Fucking
guys.
arrest
Yeah.
him.
That's
You
the
know?
thing. Like, I understand your what you mean. Sure,
Yes.
if you're literally trying to just go, look at me, look at what I can do. Like, sure, okay. Like, it can be annoying. Yeah. But I don't know who you're playing with. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know who we are. Are you literally talking to the new D&D club that has just been made at the middle school?
Yeah, right.
Is that who we are talking to?
Because here's the thing. There's
Yeah.
another aspect we kind of forgot. Oh, we didn't forget it, but you know.
Yeah.
This was 4 years ago.
It was.
This was before the whole big fuck off explosion of new people coming into D&D.
It's true.
Wasn't it?
No.
2019?
Yeah, because Critical Role, let me find out really quick. But I believe they were doing stuff around this.
Oh, okay.
Start date. I've looked at this before. Yeah, 2015 is when they started. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But did the explosion happen as soon as they started?
So this is from 2019, so I would say 4 years after 2015. Yeah. I think we're safe to assume.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Never
but
mind.
At the same time, I don't know. I don't think you should be talking to people like they're children.
Yeah.
You know?
You got to have some amount of respect for the people that you're speaking with. Otherwise, why are you speaking to them?
Yeah, exactly. Let's make s'mores. Yes, yeah. With the body? Absolutely. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Better cut off his hands while you're at it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So basically turn into Stuart from Mad TV. I've never watched Mad TV, so I'm sorry I missed your reference.
Oh my god!
There you go. You've gotten somebody.
Mad TV. I know what Stuart is. Oh my god.
There you go.
What a fucking blast from the ass. Anyway, it was a good show. It was good shit.
That's what I keep hearing, and I never watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Pinning someone by their daggers seems pretty artsy.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, what are you talking about? This is pretty arty.
Yeah. Show off versus artist. As someone who has played a drow serial killer blood painter, why not both? In all seriousness, most people are not at the table to relive their failed drama career. Yeah. That's the other thing, right? Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this literally meant for the underdeveloped brains of middle schoolers, right? Because of tiny little children. Is it meant for them? Because I don't know who we're talking to otherwise.
Yeah.
Like, even
absolute buffoons.
That's the thing. Even with the tiny children that need to learn shit, they're not going to learn enough from just watching a video. 1, 2, they're not going to watch this video. 3, like, they're going to watch whatever the fuck else, because this would not hold their interest, right?
They're going to watch Fortnite.
Yes, yeah, they're going to watch Fortnite, they're going to watch fucking whatever else because it's flashy. This would not hold their interest, even 4 years ago. Would not hold their interest, right?
Yeah.
if they're a typical 12-year-old, I suppose.
Yeah.
If they're a person that wants to watch long content because they enjoy it and they're 12, good job. Hey,
Yeah,
you did
good
it.
on you. You're on the right path.
Yeah.
Welcome to the podcast, by the way.
Right, exactly. Wow. You shouldn't be here.
We have
Get
very
out.
long content.
You shouldn't be here. This is not made for children. Leave.
Indeed. But while you're here, go ahead and grab your mommy and daddy's credit card.
Maybe Guy was trying to out Garibay.
No, nobody's on Garabay's level
He's not.
anymore.
He's not even close.
No.
He's not even close, man. He's
Thank
just
God.
not. Now that he's brought up hanging someone up with a dagger, they're not going to be watching. No, they would watch if they were interested.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
for better or for worse, that is interesting.
it is. Garibay is his own universe. Guy is a planet. Yes, that is a accurate.
Yeah.
Accurate description.
Yes.
Yeah, there are similarities to things that we think of on Guy Planet, but most of the time, it's a little alien to me. But yeah, no, I don't know, man. This is crazy. I always
Extremely
wonder.
cringed and unbased.
Yeah, yes.
Or cringe and unbased.
I always wonder who the audience is when we get to points like this of like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We are just sand pebbles to them. Yes.
Using the mode, the hobby, to their advantage to tell a better story. They're still enacting all of their abilities, all of their compulsions. Oh, I must steal. I know I keep going back to the thieves stealing, but that frequently is the cause of big consternation in a lot of games. Is the thief,
Is
the
it?
rogue goes, oh, I'm a rogue, I have to steal. Right.
The thing is, I don't hear it nearly as much with rogues. I hear it so much more often with paladins.
So yeah,
But I mean, this is chaotic stupid.
I remember it being a bigger thing back in the day. Hearing it more back in the day. But these days I don't hear. To be fair though, I don't listen to any of the videos that really talk about, the problem players, or really look at any posts about problem players anymore because I don't care.
Yeah, and
because they don't affect me.
I think another thing is that this might have been a lot more common in the past, back when there were more back when it was player v DM.
Yeah, when it felt more like that, yeah.
Yeah, and so you might actually go out of your way to fuck things up for the DM because, that terrible mentality of the DM's job is to fucking ruin our time, so we gotta ruin the DM's time, So, and now that the game has really become far more cooperative between the DM and the players, it just doesn't really seem to happen anymore, intentionally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is...
Yeah.
It's just insane. I don't know.
Yeah, it really is.
This doesn't... It feels like... And again, this is a video from 4 years ago, but even 4 years ago, I don't think that this mentality works.
This wasn't happening.
Because, it could be a problem if this happens. It could be a problem. But again, is it that bad enough to need to rant about it in such a way? Right? Is it because you've experienced this before / read enough of these one-off stories that have been so prevalent because they are so entertaining at times, because people post them and they get so much engagement because they're a negative thing, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a big thing about how these things get brought about, is because people tune into negative shit, right? It's just what it is. It's our human nature. So is it just so prevalent because of that? And I really think that might be it.
Yeah.
Well, the audience is the ultimate D&D casual that first discovered his D&D tube. I don't even know, man. I don't know if people like that are watching How to Be a Great GM. I don't know. Maybe they were back then. I don't know.
Yeah.
I really couldn't tell you. I'm more of a ball bearing. Hell yeah. Well, if they are watching, it's not with their parents around. Yeah, but that's because parents don't care what they just put a tablet in front of their children. They're like, hey, watch shit.
Yeah, here, shut up and
Mm-hmm.
just be, please.
Be silent. I don't care what
Yes.
you're watching. Just be silent.
Yes.
No, that's a problem. That's a whole nother issue.
That's a whole other thing.
Mm-hmm. Is Guy wearing a dickie? He looks like he's wearing one in this pose. I don't know.
It looks like he's wearing a like a vest over like a weird kind of like extended turtleneck or something.
Yeah, let me look up a dickie just to look at it. Actually, it does kind of look like he is, but I'm not sure.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I don't know if that's part of the fabric or if that's just its own piece, but that would be interesting if he is.
Yeah.
Neat. Either way. I don't think player versus DM was the original mentality problem. Probably there was just a period of time when that picked up and then died back down. Yeah, that's kind of what we mean.
Yeah.
Cuz it was never the original idea, I don't think. It just became that when people were like, I have power. I can kill these characters with a thought. No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Group versus self.
Oh, here we go.
Role-playing is a group activity. I don't care what anybody else says. It is a group activity. There is other people involved in playing the game.
Yeah.
If your action is selfish and will only result in the betterment or in the enjoyment of you because your character is doing something brilliant, you are not a role player.
No, you're still a role player. You're just a shitter.
Well, so not necessarily, right? It depends on the situation.
Well, I think at this point it's more so,
If
are
we're
you putting the entire group's fun?
So
Are you putting your fun ahead of the entire group?
if he puts that in, then yeah.
Yeah, if that's what he means. Yeah, I should preface that. If that's what he means.
Yes,
Sorry.
Exactly. Like, because initially, once you hear that first thing, it's like, not necessarily.
Yeah, actually, run it back. I want to hear it again.
Well, we'll let him continue because he was.
Will only result in the betterment or in the enjoyment of you because your character is doing something brilliant. You are not a role player. You are
okay.
a role.
Yes.
You are a role. Yeah, so he hasn't said it yet. If he says it in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, he has yet to say it. So.
You're not a player. Player implies that there is a team, there's a group, there is something to be played.
No.
And that's not what you're doing. If it does not benefit the group, if it does not include the group, if it does not in any shape or form have anything to do with the group, if it is purely self, go play with yourself.
No, okay, so, yeah.
No,
So, he has, I think he's trying to get to what you're saying. He's trying.
But man, he's terrible at saying that shit.
Oh, yeah. He's, the point that he is trying to go for, and again, this is steel manning his shit because he is not saying this. But he is trying to say if you are doing something that is detrimental to the fun of the group in general, like, and detrimental to the game as a whole, that really fucks with everything, right? It's not,
and this is not saying like you're fucking over the other player characters. No, you're fucking over the players and the game.
Yes, exactly. Like, there are times where you can do that in game, that is, your character does something that does not necessarily coincide with another character's motives or goals, and it fucks the character over a little bit. But as long as it doesn't like completely fuck with everything that the player is trying to do, right? Where they still have the options and the avenues, then you're fine.
Yeah, then you're okay.
He is literally saying, if you're doing something for yourself only, you're not playing the game right.
Yeah, no, fuck off.
Which is like, do you understand the point of like solo character arcs?
Yeah, come on.
Sure, there are things that you can do that are just for your character.
No, we had 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like
3.
It doesn't necessarily have to involve the entire group.
Yeah.
That
can be fun. You can really get your characters to bond a lot if you have those moments. Hell, name a fucking sorry, I always have to go back to this. Name a fucking anime that doesn't have like, that has like a relatively like ensemble cast.
Sure.
Name one where there isn't a time where the main character sets aside the main quest to help somebody else.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like you're not benefiting, that other character is not benefiting the main story at the moment. They are doing something for themselves and they need help for themselves.
Right.
That is completely normal.
I'm going to give an example from the podcast that I've been listening to, Pretending to Be People. Shout out to Pretending to Be People.
I like the name.
It's so good. Their Delta Green game is a closed session. And what that means is when the character goes off on their own, the other people like take their headphones off or they leave the room and they just do not know what's happening. It is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Because then they get to like tell the other players what they've done when they come back into the game, right? They don't talk about it outside of the game or anything. They do it in character in the game.
Nice.
Super fucking cool. They do things on their own that benefit themselves or benefit potentially the group, or do detrimental things to the group without them knowing, right? But this all kind of coincides when they come back together, and then the consequences of their actions go into the story, into what happens to everyone. And sometimes it happens from one character's solo session to another character's solo session, or one character's solo session to the group session, right? Or two of them come together and one of them, it's something that can be a part of your game. When you go off and do your own thing for your own selfish reasons, and you may or may not ask for help from another character, and it may or may not do something bad, but as long as your DM or GM or keeper or whatever is able to play around that and understand how that will work and still allow your other characters to be able to do their goals, you can do that. It's amazing. And it involves actions that your keeper, player, dungeon master, whatever, has to do. So they have some of the responsibility here to make sure that everything still works smoothly. It's almost like they're also a part of the fucking game of this group, and they have a responsibility.
Yeah.
I just...
Calm down.
Say something about how you need to do something as a DM guy.
But this isn't about the DM. This is about, are you a chaotic, stupid player? This is specifically about the player. And that's it.
I know, but fuck
it's
me.
So stupid. I know. Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm just being an ass.
I know. It's just, I don't understand why it hasn't been brought up at all.
Yeah.
As an option or as an avenue to explore.
Because he's cringe.
I know. It looks like a scarf to me. It does kind of look like a scarf, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Now, the rewards.
For what are you fucking on
for
about?
not playing as a stupid player. As a chaotic, stupid player. These are your rewards. Here we go. Excitement abounds. Real. What the fuck does that mean? Real.
Hey, Alejo.
Yeah.
You won. Guess what you get?
What do I get?
You get real.
Oh shit. What does that mean?
It means that you've said something dumb, and when people are like, "Oh, you say something dumb or something that they don't like," and he's like, "Get real." That's what you get. God damn it!
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Wow, you brought me back to the fucking 90s. Jesus.
No, dude, I brought you back to the late 80s.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
Yeah,
actually, you're right.
I'll take that. Cosmic Rune. Thank you.
Hey now, mellow out. Think of your blood pressure. No, I know high blood pressure runs in my family, but I will die on this hill, okay? Literally.
I will have a heart attack on this hill.
I will.
Why? Why do I even need this section on the rewards of being a non-chaotic, stupid character?
Shut up.
Well,
because you're trying to incentivize children to go with your point of view. That's what
Yes.
you're.
Yes, indeed.
There they are. You create a more complex character, something that is actually interesting and that has shades and tones, and you go, well, yes, you were a thief, and you enjoy being a thief. You enjoy stealing things from other people. You don't think about other people. And then having that character grow to the point that they don't steal anymore. That's an
Oh, okay. Wait, I
What?
thought.
So what? Now
wait.
I can't be a criminal?
Wait.
What the fuck? What's wrong with stealing? I get that in real life. Okay, FBI guy. I realize that for stealing is a problem. I get that. We're talking about D&D. Calm your ass down. What the fuck?
I thought he was gonna talk about like the motivation behind why you steal and like what I was talking about before.
Yeah,
but
it's like
no,
you still steal, but now you have a motivation and it is tempered.
But no, you have gotten to the point where you just renounced your thievery.
Yeah, now I've just become a priest. What the fuck?
What a strange thing to say. I'm playing a fucking thief, man.
No, man, you're not playing a thief anymore. You're playing a town guard. What the fuck?
What a strange fucking thing to say. Oh,
so goddamn stupid.
Why did you say that? Why did you say that? That's not what you mean. It can't be. I need to hear it again. You can't have said that.
Is that the end point of all rogues?
They just don't. I mean, to be fair, if you retire after stealing your big thing and you can live off of whatever, yeah, I guess so.
But man, it's still fun to steal shit.
Yeah,
I was fucking played Payday for 7 fucking hours, you maniac.
Right. I did, and I played it more before the podcast started. I played it even more. I've infamied again, okay? And I'm already halfway to infamying again.
Speaking of playing again, we need to fucking get back in, or you need to get back to Forgive Me, Father.
I do. I need to finish that.
It's so good. Anyway.
I know.
Fucking hell.
Oh my god.
Let's go back.
I think I did enough. Here we go.
Yeah.
Well, yes, you were a thief, and you enjoy being a thief. You enjoy stealing things from other people. You don't think about other people. And then having that character grow to the point that they don't steal anymore. That's an interesting character arc for a rogue.
Is it? No, it's
Sure.
not.
So here's the thing.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, no, that's
it
fair.
Could be. It could be an interesting, like, you have gotten to the point where now you don't need to steal to survive, and so you're like, yeah, I don't want to steal anymore, that's wrong. Sure, that is an arc that you can go on, absolutely. But just having it be the first one.
Yeah.
The
right?
first one that you go for.
Yeah. You know what would, okay, you know what? I have a much better, I have a far better rogue character arc.
Go for it.
Stereotypical rogue, you're orphaned, you live on the street. You have like a thief teacher boy, and he teaches you how to thief. And then you do some thieving, and then your entire goal is to make an orphanage. Specifically so that nobody has to do what you had to do to survive.
That's awesome.
So that actually is a real decent reason for them to stop stealing. They don't want to have to steal. They didn't steal to survive because they wanted to. They stole to survive because they had to.
Yeah, and they don't.
And
want
they
other
make the
people to go
orphanage.
through it.
Yeah, they make all their money. They make the orphanage, and then they stop.
Yeah,
That's a real character arc to make your rogue not want to steal.
Yeah, that's good. I like that because that's more complex and that's good.
Yes.
Like it's good.
It's like if Batman wasn't psychotic.
yeah. Don't worry about that. No, it's he's totally sane. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's totally sane.
Yeah. He's good.
Yeah. Just ignore all the dead Robins over in the corner. Actually, I think there's only the one.
There's the one, and then the one that maybe turned into the Red Hood.
It's Jason Todd, and then what was the other one? I don't remember.
Dick Grayson.
Dick Grayson's Nightwing, so he's fine.
Yeah.
Damian Wayne is just new Robin. Jason Todd died, and then it was the other one. Oh God, I don't remember his name.
Oh. Two
Yeah.
died?
Anyway.
Apparently 2 died.
Oh, 2? Oh, okay.
There you go. Do you know how much people love GTA? Sheesh. People can't get enough of crime even after retirement. That's right.
Yeah, it's fair.
Crime isn't a necessity anymore. Crime is just a thrill you're chasing again. Yeah. It could also be that. Absolutely. That's the thing. Like,
getting too old for this shit.
It is a thing that can be interesting. It's just so funny to me to have it be the first thing. It just really is. I just hope he does another one of like, no, you steal because, you know? We'll see.
Yeah.
Kinda, if it wasn't so straightforward. But it is still an arc which wouldn't exist if you've still got a rogue who still steals things from people because they can.
Okay.
And again, that can still be interesting.
Yeah, it's just like, so because there is no arc, it makes you uninteresting. It's like, okay, so here's the thing. Not everyone is going to have an arc, first off.
Yeah.
And sometimes that is still interesting because, like, there are stories where people don't change necessarily.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like, that is a thing that happens. Because I'm not... Every time I do something doesn't mean I'm going to change the entire way that I think. Okay?
Exactly.
Right? Like, it really depends. Because sometimes, who you are is the right thing for that situation, I guess, is the best way that I can put it. Right?
Yeah.
Like... And you go through it, and then it's like, yeah, okay, cool.
Yep,
this is me. Yep, this is me. I'm glad I did it. Right?
Yeah,
and then it's the struggle to get to the resolution that makes it an interesting story.
Yes, it's like it's very. I think I may have already used this term before.
Mm-hmm.
It's something I came up with on my own. It's what I call Goku syndrome.
Okay.
Where the character is misunderstood because of how simple they are, and people dislike them, but they don't understand why they are the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people don't like Goku and Dragon Ball because of how, one note he is. He's a strong guy who likes to fight, and he does all the fighting and shit. Sure. He is a complete character.
Yeah.
He is not meant to be super interesting because he is not meant to do the growing.
Yeah.
He is meant to facilitate growth in other characters.
Yeah, that's true.
Because without Goku, Piccolo wouldn't have raised Gohan.
Mm-hmm.
Without Goku, Krillin would have never gotten as strong as he did. Mm-hmm. Without Goku, we'd have never had Vegeta, who is infinitely more interesting as a character.
Yes.
And the biggest victim of Goku syndrome, in my opinion, is Superman.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, even Superman has arcs though.
Absolutely, he does. But people still don't understand him because, I don't like Superman because he's OP.
Yeah, he's a god. It's like
it doesn't matter. Even though he was raised by humans.
I was gonna say the whole point of Superman is what if a guy, just a guy from fucking Kansas was a god.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
and then
how does that, morality and stuff, right? Like, just a good guy.
And he's meant to teach people that it doesn't matter how much power you have. You can always be a good person.
Yes, exactly. Like,
it doesn't matter. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna cite another Superman thing. There was there's a point in the Superman cartoon, where he gives a speech to Metropolis, I think, and he says that he believes that I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the full thing, but he's like, he believes that humans just as people are inherently just good, and he really believes that, and he fights for them because of that, and it's just so, it's just so wholesome and heartwarming, and it makes you go man, this guy could crush everyone in a second.
Yeah, it's very poignant to come from somebody who literally stands at the top of creation.
Yeah, exactly.
To have him say, I believe that your species is genuinely good.
Yeah, everyone is capable of good. Fucking, it's such a good fucking thing.
And so even if you have this, bringing it back to Guy.
Yeah.
Even if you have this character who really is, let's be honest, pretty one note.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's what they choose to do with that note.
Yes.
How many different ways can you play that note?
Yes, exactly. So, it's absolutely, this is my preference. I want to see such a radical change, right?
Yes.
That is what we are seeing here in this video of, this is what I want your rogue to be, less of that, and more of what I want. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
sure, that's fine for you. Play a rogue.
Yeah.
Right? Show me what you want to do, because that's not necessarily what I want to do with my rogue. You know? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Two Robins died, but Jason Todd and Damian Wayne Jason Todd and Damian Wayne was resurrected, becoming Red Hood and Robin again. That's right. That's true. Jason Todd.
Oh, that's
Red Hood.
okay. So
Yep.
that was the one who became Red Hood. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew one of them did.
Yep. Dude, one word, Catwoman. No one will tell you Catwoman isn't interesting. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I don't actually really know like anything about her, to be honest.
She's cool. That's basically all I've got.
Yeah, like I don't have any problem with.
No, I haven't looked into like her comics or anything. I haven't looked into a lot of DC stuff, to be fair.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
You heard it here, folks. Stealing is not a creative color. That's right.
Yeah.
I wish he never used the rogue as an example. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really not a good example for this.
Yeah. Something tells me the guy might not like the arc even if you had one.
Ugh. Yeah.
Yeah,
Honestly.
that's true.
You middle school child. What are you doing at my table?
Recent Superman, especially Superman in the TV show Superman and Lois, is really good. I haven't heard anything about that TV show, besides like initial things of people being like, at least he's like saving people, and that's nice. That was like back in the beginning of it, so I was like, yeah, cool. That's good.
I hate that.
Yeah, don't ever watch any of Zack Snyder's DC anything.
I don't intend to.
Good, because I have.
Don't worry, I know.
It hurts. It hurts.
Actually, you know what was okay, now that we're talking about this, I have to tell you a funny story.
Yeah.
So I had a nightmare last night.
Oh.
And it was actually a really bad nightmare.
Okay.
Where I was talking to Brogan.
Oh.
And I was talking to Brogan, and I was explaining one of my Call of Cthulhu stories to him.
Oh.
And he didn't like it.
Oh.
And so I explained it, and he's like, yeah, no, that's pretty bad. You know that you just copied blank, right? And I'm like, no. And then I looked it up, and I had like unintentionally like copied somebody else's work. Like, fuck no.
Oh,
and
that
so,
sucks.
Yeah. And so that was basically the whole dream. But
right.
What was funny was that I fucking know I had that dream because of you. Because, and here's the other thing.
Oh no.
I've been watching another anime lately called Tokyo Revengers, which is pretty damn good. I really enjoy it. But I know that you would hate it because it features time travel, and in this, time is linear. Fully linear.
Okay.
So a guy goes to the past and is able to directly affect the present.
Okay.
And I was just thinking, like, man, this is really good. I know Alejo would hate it, though, because of the time travel stuff, because paradoxes and all that, you know, it's like, it's that. Okay. That's pretty much it. The characters are great. Like, the story is actually really good. It's just it's just the time travel.
Yeah.
Like, and so I was thinking about that.
Okay.
And that made me had the dream where my story was bad. And I'm like, fuck. It's like, I know it was you.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
It's good, but you're right. I mean, like, if he could do that to a linear timeline, then yeah, he wouldn't have been able to do it. So then, how did that happen?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
If he couldn't. Yeah. If it was linear, he wouldn't. Yeah.
If it's another dimension or another it's a multiverse thing, then I'd be like,
not.
Okay. Oh,
it's
well.
Not.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah. So the premise is that he can travel back 12 years in the past from his current date to that date in the past. Okay. And if he does something that like severely affects the future, like saving somebody's life, they are alive in the future now, and then shit actually changes in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Immediately.
So actually, an example that happened last night is he saves a guy's life, and before he traveled back in time, he had lost his job.
Okay.
So no. Okay, so in the present, he had lost his job.
Yeah,
Travels
yeah.
back in time, saves a guy's life. He goes back to the present time, and now he has his job again.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's time travel shit. I don't really care all that much,
fair.
but I know that you would hate it.
Yeah, I got my brain is full of rot.
Oh, I know.
I cannot.
But if you can look past it, it's actually pretty damn good.
Oh, I'm sure the characters are good. I'm sure it's fine. It's just like one of those things where it's like, well, how do? But
yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The whole facilitating the story thing, you know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Very well said about Goku, Boo. Yeah, honestly,
Thank you.
I agree with you 100% on that, because, like, he is there to help facilitate other people to get to the point where they are.
Yeah,
like,
because, like, that's his whole purpose. Let's be honest.
It makes
Goku's
sense.
fucking boring.
Yeah,
the only
Goku's
thing interesting about
boring as
Goku is his fighting ability and his actual attacks. That's it.
Sure, yeah. But even then, you get bored of it real quick, or at least I do.
Yeah. In Super, he starts doing a lot more intelligent stuff, but yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like Goku at all.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, it's all... well, I mean, think of it this way. You remember in Dragon Ball Z when he did the instant transmission Kamehameha to Cell?
Yes.
That. It's shit like that, where it's just, like, brilliant fighting
where he actually has
effectively.
tactics. Okay.
Yes,
Fair enough.
it's that.
That's weird that he would think to do that, but fair enough.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Tokyo Revengers looks cool. I have not seen it yet. Fair enough.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure about it at first, but I'm really enjoying it.
I used to be a thief that steals crown jewels, and then I grew as a person, and now I assassinate kings. Hey.
Ooh.
Go.
Why steal it when you can just take it from his corpse?
Exactly. I'm watching Heaven's Lost Property right now.
Ooh, I've never even heard of that.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm ready for my rewards that are more than your shitty example of a complex character.
Yeah, punctuated fun.
It's punctuated fun. If you're doing it all the time, oh god, there goes the thief stealing again. Yep, we're gonna have to run away from this town because da.
Don't get caught, idiot. Come on.
Yeah, just don't get caught. Come on.
If you do it once or twice, but you do it in subtle and clever ways, people start to anticipate and enjoy your character doing
Oh
their
my
crazy,
god.
rather than...
So, I'll call
So
back
basically
to
what you're saying is don't be... Oh, sorry, what?
Well, I was gonna say, I'll call back to a video that we've covered before of nobody cares about your character.
Yeah.
And getting them to care about your character, this could do it, but maybe not.
Yeah, and like...
So,
So what you're saying is don't do the exact same shit over and over and over and over again? No.
yeah.
No fucking way.
It's also that of like, oh,
I'm a wizard. What do you
So-
do? I cast magic missile. Okay, next turn. What do you do? I cast magic missile. Okay.
I mean, it's
what do you do
effective.
next turn? Yeah, it's effective, but dear God, you're fucking boring.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It also, it doesn't fucking matter what other people think about your character.
That's
Okay.
true.
Right? Like, I don't, like, just in general, like, sure, you could want other people to care about your character as much as you want, but at the same time, it does not fucking matter.
It really does.
So, as long as nobody fucking hates you as a person,
Yeah.
you're fine, right?
Yeah, you're probably fine.
Yeah. But I'm a level 1 wizard. It's all I got, mister. Exactly. Cast magic missile. And then I'm done with my turn.
Well, no.
because that's the only spell I
you
have.
have a
in
level
AD&D.
1 spell slot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. An AD&D. You have
Yeah.
one spell.
Yeah,
one
that's
spell
true.
slot. And
Yeah.
you're like, I cast magic missile and I'm done. But if you
Yep,
didn't
actually,
do that,
although
you,
you
cast
wouldn't,
sleep.
you would cast Yes. I was gonna say you wouldn't. You would
Yeah.
cast sleep if you were
Exactly.
smart.
Exactly.
Because then you just walk up and stab them and you're done.
Yep.
I remember having to do that shit all the time. God, it was
It's good
annoying.
stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah, no, it works. And God, it sucks though.
Mhm.
Can't wait to be able to cast like a fireball or something.
Yeah, exactly.
kind of sigh and wish that the character just would die.
What?
It-
Sorry, you just want
So
the
if you
character
steal
to die?
constantly, everybody wants you to die.
Okay.
Wow.
Sure, because you're always stealing and you're always making them run away from the town because everybody knows it was you, and everyone, instead of putting you in jail, only you in jail, and not putting the blame on the entire party because they're not responsible for you and you alone all the time. Unless you say, we wanted to steal this, so I did it for us, right? Like, if you're throwing
they
everyone
told me to do it.
Yeah, they told me to do it. And I'm sorry.
That would be hilarious, right? Like a gaslighting road.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, right? Like, that would be a thing. But, like, at the same time, it's like, okay, so unless you did that as a character, you get locked up and know it, like, either they care and they stay and wait for you, or try to negotiate you out of jail, or they leave.
Yeah.
Right?
They'd probably just leave.
If you're doing it to that degree, they'll probably just leave and you're done.
Yeah.
You're out. You're serving your prison sentence unless you try to escape. In which case,
right?
you probably aren't going to be let back into the group, maybe.
That'd be pretty funny. It's like, hey, you made it out. Nice. You ready to keep going?
Yeah, that's the other thing, right?
It'd just be funny if I don't think the rogue would be like, dude, you fucking left me. It's like, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, like, you get out and they don't know that you got out. They just think that you got out on bail or something. And then, like, you just lie to them. You're like, yeah, my mom got me out on bail. She paid the gold. So I'm good to go.
Does your mom live in the next continent over?
It's fine.
I thought your mom was dead.
No, she's gave me gold from beyond the grave. It's fine. Yeah. She's a ghost now. And we can't go back to that town because I have bad memories now, so I really don't ever want to go back there.
That's fair.
Right?
Well, we'll have to go back, but you can stay outside, I guess.
Oh yeah. I'll just be in the woods, out of sight from everyone.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So, like,
I would love it so much. So much if a rogue did that. And then you're like, my parents sent me money. I thought you said your parents were dead. That would be like, dude, could you imagine a rogue character? Okay.
Yeah.
So this would be great.
Yeah.
Rogue character who tells the party all the very, very stereotypical rogue shit.
Okay,
of like, oh man, my parents are dead.
Yeah.
I was raised on the street.
Yeah.
And it turns out he's just like a pampered noble.
Yes.
That
Absolutely.
would be amazing, actually.
Absolutely. Yes. That'd be so fun.
And you kind of do him like a swashbuckler, so that way he can do like court fencing and shit.
Yeah, totally.
That would be great. Oh man.
It'd be super good.
Also creates an unpredictable character. So for all of those people who like to make these unique characters who've got low intelligence, or who are compulsive kleptomaniacs, or who are just violent, raging hormone bags, there is a certain very surface level character that's been created. A complex character is a character.
Unless you decide to take those traits and make a complex character out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like
how I just described with the fucking rogue who's pretending that he has fucking dead parents and shit.
Exactly.
Just to look to look cool to the party.
Right.
Like flat out.
Fucking
God.
It's fine. It's only one or the other. Yeah. It's only one or the other. We can't have anything in between.
God, so fucking binary.
Boo, what you just described was a 2000s Portland kid. Okay.
Pretty much.
Mr. Guy, I got a henchman for hire ogre with a luchador mask. What do you mean I need an arc?
Yeah, right? Christ.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like,
yeah.
More to them than that. What motivates them? Why do they do it? How do they feel if they don't do it? And how do they express that to the rest of the party? How do they work as a team even though they want to be alone? I want to create a loner. Yes, I want to not have anyone nearby. But as a good player, you need to think about how and why your character would end up having people nearby.
Okay, that I agree with.
There is a reason.
Yes, that's fine.
You need to find it, not just dismiss it as, oh, well, my character's a loner. It makes them more real. And that, for me, anyway, and the entire purpose of this channel, is one of our major goals, is to be able to create a character that is so memorable because they're faceted, they're flawed, they have issues, they overcome those issues, they're heroic, they're also failures. All of those things come together to create a real character, a desperate character, a character who is a hero.
Let's also remember that you could do that with your stereotype characters. Specifically, I'll go with your low intelligence character would over time be learning with the other higher intelligence characters who are teaching him things. And that could be shown through your ASIs that you get, where you start pumping into intelligence so that you are less or you are at more of a average, I guess, right? You started at 8, you get to 10, so you're like, yeah, now I understand things a bit more.
And honestly, let's just say this right now. It would be fucking wholesome and adorable as hell for the barbarian to be like sitting in front of the mage, like taking notes.
Yeah.
God.
It's a whole fucking, like, why not? You know? Why
Like,
can't
that
that be the arc?
Yeah, that's not even a character. That's a scene.
Mhm.
And God, that's so fucking memorable.
Yeah. And I guess, to be fair, that is what he's going for with his example of complex character, where you take that and you go a little bit with it.
Yeah.
I guess.
So,
but
again, like, if he's such a fantastic writer, why can't he say that? Why can't he inspire?
That's the thing, right? We need less degrading these things and more just uplifting them to the point of it being something that is more than that, right?
Yes, less vitriol, more inspiration, please.
Yes. Because all I feel when I listen to this video is that you hate it when anyone tries to do this.
Yeah.
And then if they, like, maybe they don't even think about it in the beginning, and then while they're playing, they might think about it later, but it's not initial, and so you just keep fucking hating it until you start seeing that shit, and it's like, oh, you must have figured something out, and so now you're better. And it's like, well, okay, yeah, I guess, but it's not because you didn't talk to me or whatever the fuck happened here in your game where you're complaining about me being here, basically.
I didn't learn to swim because you taught me. I learned to swim because you left me to drown.
Exactly. Yes. 100%. So, like, I don't know. It just, the vibe that I always get from this kind of shit from him is, like, he doesn't talk to people, right?
Yeah.
Which is just, I don't think that that's true.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's true, but it's every time, that's what I think.
Yeah, that's the feel that you get.
And it's like, why do you do this, you know? Why?
I don't know.
Why not?
Why won't you be nice?
We wouldn't cover you if you didn't feel like you were mean all the time.
Yeah.
That is a true statement.
It really is.
Wouldn't fucking look at your shit.
It's so sad because, like, the creators that are so good out there, it's like, oh, we just don't talk about them because we got nothing to say because they're always right.
Yeah, it's just like, oh yeah,
always, but,
cool.
Like, Safley, never get to fucking hang out with him because he's fantastic.
And they'll never hang out with us because we're like this.
Indeed.
And those who have put themselves down to our level. Unfortunately. Yeah. I'm sorry to each of them.
Oh, to be fair, it was 2. It was Juice and then Brogan. That's it.
Well, no, Juice, Brogan, and How to Play the Game. You weren't there.
I was not there for that one.
That's why
right.
you don't remember.
Yeah, that's why I don't remember.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So, no, you're good. It's just, yeah. I feel bad every time. So, but anyway, yeah. So it's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. I assassinate kings and steal their queens. My name is Uther Pendragon.
Nice.
Yes, when I think real, I think of you, Guy. My character is real if I follow Guy's stuff to the T. Awful. Anyway,
Indeed.
Well, Star Ruby goes with the flow and had a stable home life growing up. I just felt the game would give him an arc with what happened in the game. Oops, Mr. Guy.
That's very true.
That's the other thing, right? Being thrust into an adventure can create an arc. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that you are necessarily going for with a character.
Yeah,
right?
and like, what if
Circumstances
you
can
make a
lead to it.
character like that, and then you're kind of, and the DM just gives you nothing to work with.
Yeah,
He
that's the
doesn't
other thing.
supply anything. You're just as much to blame.
Yeah. Well, it's almost.
Hmm.
I wish that the DM would give things to make my character have to think about what they're doing. Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be
that'd
nice.
be nice.
Man, crazy that. It's
Yeah.
almost like that's kind of what their job is. Their whole job is to create the scenarios in which I have to act in. Huh.
Mm.
Wow. Crazy.
Why won't you do that? Why
I
aren't
gave
you
you-
doing this?
I gave you my backstory. Now why?
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
within the fantasy world, but also one that lives in the mind. So that
Which
for
is
me
also the fantasy
is-
world.
are the fundamentals of how to spot a chaotic, stupid character, whether that's you or your companions around the table, how to adjust so that you're not, and then how to make the most of it so that you can move out of being chaotic, stupid and become someone who is planned stupid. Because that's so much better. It really is, as ironic as that sounds. Anyway, until next time, enough ranting and blood pressure raising from me. Don't be chaotic stupid. Be a decent player and a decent human being. Till next time.
Wait!
So you're a fucking
Decent human being.
decent human being.
What? Okay, just because you're doing something in a game doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad human being. Come
You're a bad
on.
human being, Alejo.
Come
Guy has spoken.
on. Don't put that in there.
Yeah, jeez. We stayed all the way in for that.
Oh, God, you got me at the very end.
Yeah.
Happy playing.
Thank you. Jeez.
Yeah. Not good.
At least he has some awareness with the blood pressure raising. Yeah, his own, he said. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's, yeah.
Yeah. Jesus.
Oh, boy. Well, that was the first video.
Yep.
The second video is shorter.
So let's lower the volume first.
we will. But,
Yeah.
before we get there, we're at a midpoint.
Mm.
So it's time for talking about shouting and chilling.
Shout out and shit talking.
That's right. Hey, you out there.
Hello. Hi.
What? Do you have money?
We like that.
That's true.
You should give it to us.
Yeah. Well, I want to talk again about the Patreon as well as the new Ko-fi.
Mm.
So, let me
I don't
quickly
drink coffee.
yeah, let me quickly bring that up real quick. So, I'll talk about the Ko-fi first. The Ko-fi is basically going to be the same as the Patreon. Same kind of thing. It is over on ko-fi.com/tabletalkcrew. The link is in the description at this moment. Same kind of thing. You can give us stuff one time, or you can go into the memberships and get $1, $5, $10, $15 is also there. If you want to. Same fucking deal. You'll get put into the Discord with the tag of being a table flipper or bronze, silver, gold, as you would on Patreon. And you'll also get, when we put up a poll, because we will put up a poll for when we choose the next game that we play after Devils and Dice. We're going to get together and talk about 4 choices, and then put them out there, and we will go from there. And you guys out there, if you're on the Ko-fi or if you're on the Patreon, will be able to vote and choose that. So here is your incentive to get into that, as well as you can send, and I will be adding a channel into the Discord for NPCs that you can write up and put as much or as little work as you want into them. to be taken at random if we need a random NPC for future games. So obviously setting will matter, right? If you want to make something that's more realistic, something that's more fantastical, right? Sci-fi
or something futuristic.
Yes, exactly. Any of those kinds of things, you can do so if you go and either get into the Ko-fi, whatever, or into the Patreon, and put it into the chat. So I will be creating that after the show. So look out for that if you're already a patron, or if you're just a table flipper in general, because that's what we'll refer to you now as. Doesn't matter if you're on Ko-fi or if you're on Patreon, you're a table flipper. All right. So get in there if you want to. Again, it's not an obligation as always, but it is very much appreciated, and everything will go towards new assets as well as new things for the podcast. In fact, I have a thing that should be coming in on the 5th for a new look to the podcast. So excited for that.
Green screen.
No, I already have one of those. Okay. That was something I bought way long ago. But no, a new look to the show. New logo and an animated version even. So it's gonna be a bunch of different things. It's gonna be cool. I'm also, I'll reveal it now. I'm also going to get us a custom looking chat. So messages will come in with a little animation, and it'll look its own like unique thing. So yeah.
I think the animation should be one of two things. Okay. Either a table that gets flipped and the text of the message is on the bottom of the table.
Oh, that would be so much cooler.
Or a dice getting rolled and the text, like, it zooms in on the dice face and then the text is on the dice face.
So I'm very limited in my options.
Oh.
But I will hopefully be getting the chat message to roll in like a die.
Okay.
That is my compromise.
Okay.
Because that's the hope. We will see what we get. I will get something as close to that as I can, because the detailed animation for a chat thing is it would cost a lot more, and the one that I wanted to do that was a lot more expensive that might have been able to do something like that, they were not taking commissions anymore. So
what a shame.
Yeah, so I had to figure out what I wanted, and hopefully it works out, but we will see. So yeah, look forward to that. So that's where money is going right now. And hopefully in future there'll be more designs and stuff. Yeah, it's the more money we get, the more that we can do, is flat and true of like what it is. Again, not an obligation, but if you give us money, it will help, right? So what I heard is that we're getting the TableTalk anime, right? Ha ha! If somebody fucking animated us, that would be hilarious and awesome.
Where are all three of our VTuber models?
That's right, exactly. If you give us thousands of dollars, maybe someday you will get the TableTalk anime for like 2 seconds. You know?
Yeah. You're gonna be your little gray see-through man.
That's
I'll
right.
be a boo, and then
Aiden will be just a science man.
Well, yeah, he'll either be in a lab coat or he'll be a walking, talking, like, genetic.
That's right. Yeah.
Chemical thing.
Yeah.
Because he can't be Hitler anymore.
That's right.
How sad.
But yeah. So. Yeah. No. So it would be so cool to have something animated. Absolutely, it would be super sick. But that costs a lot of money, and it's not something that is feasible at the moment.
Yeah, money is not what we have right now.
No.
But you could help with that, people. So
God damn it. But
you know
regardless,
what to do.
Yeah, the Ko-fi is a thing, and of course the Patreon is a thing. So that being said, I would like to thank our current patrons. That is, of course, in our tier 4, our gold table flippers. That is Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, all of you, thank you so much for being in that tier 4 flippin' position.
Excuse
Pretty
me.
cool. Oh my god, blessings. Oh, jeez.
Thank you.
And then, of course, we have Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you so much for being a silver. And we have Star Baron Lux at tier 2. Thank you as well for being that bronze. And, of course, our tier 1 flipper. Thank you so much. You can join it for as little as $1 on either Patreon or Ko-fi. You will get shouted out all the same, and as I've said before, all that other stuff will happen. Animated Tharnanar, that'd be sick. Yeah. Be so good.
Yeah.
And yeah, big thanks to all of you, of course. And if you do one-time donations or if you do memberships, regardless, whatever works, thank you so much. Yeah. Obviously, there's more. If you go over to the TableTalk website, you can go and get our dice. They are still $25 because I'm a bastard. And at some point they will be 15. So still, if you want to wait, you can. They're over there. You can also go onto TeePublic and get our current logo on a shirt. The new logo I will probably put up there when it comes through, because it will also be able to be put on whatever. So it'll be great. But yeah, so that's a thing. And of course, in the description we have a link that lets you go over to Humble Bundle that we are partnered with that supports us as well as Tabletop Alliance. Link in the description for them as well to learn about their charitable ways. And yeah, you can, anything that you purchase through the Humble store / any of these lovely bundles, you will support us and Tabletop Alliance. And right now we have a 13th Age RPG Mega Bundle by Pellegrin Press. That is a RPG thing. Looks like the 13th Age role-playing game, as well as a lot of other supplements for it. Looks like really cool shit, honestly.
Nice. Fantasy stuff.
Yeah, looks like fantasy stuff. A lot of good stuff. Oh my god, what is this for? This is $417 value for $18.
What the hell?
Yeah, 28 fucking items. They're all digital, obviously, so you're not gonna get your anything physical, but fucking $18 for this? That's awesome. Yeah. So go check it out. If you do even just $1, you can do the quick start rules and stuff. And if you like it that much, you can obviously up your thing to 18 to get the full thing afterwards. So that is always an option. Don't ever forget about that for the humble stuff. If you want to just do the very minimum just to see what you get, and then if you like it, you might get more. That is a thing. And obviously, see, is there anything else here that I would personally recommend? Not that I have gotten, at least personally. So yeah, I don't know. Look around, see what you got, see what you get. And that's all the shilling, basically. So yeah, go check out things. If you like things, then do things with them. And if you don't like things, well then don't.
Trade some of your thin, wispy green things for digital things.
That's right. So, moving on. Let me put this back up and get the linkus. As Tharnanar would say, yeah, anime, hey. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, that's right. So now we move on to dumb. Here we go. So this is, how to avoid dumb character backstories.
Okay, I've already got my volume lowered, so I will be good.
Yeah, I will also do that. But yeah, so this is player character tips. How to avoid dumb character backstories. Now, this is going to be interesting in the sense of, what is a dumb character backstory? because
Yeah.
as we've discussed before, generic is a thing that we've used.
Yeah.
But we've not called them dumb.
Yeah.
Because
I guess we'll see.
Nothing is dumb, I would say.
Yeah,
concept.
So then let's start off. What would you consider to be a dumb character backstory?
Dude, that's the thing, right?
Right?
Nothing doesn't work. You know?
Yeah, the only thing that comes to mind when I'm like coming up with this, and really it doesn't apply,
right?
It would be someone that's like, I'm a level 1 rogue, and my backstory is that I assassinated an entire army. It's like, no, you didn't.
Right, and like that's the thing. It's not
and
necessarily
that's not dumb.
Right. It's not dumb, it's just
it's not possible mechanically.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Because if you assassinated an army, you wouldn't be level 1.
Right, exactly.
You'd be like level 10.
In that kind of case, I'd be like, well, so if you wanted to make a character that's like higher level, then we could work with that. But this character is going to be level 1.
Yeah.
Right? Or whatever level we're going to start at. So it needs to be tailored to fit within the parameters you're given.
Yeah, and so I guess the only way I could really see a dumb character backstory would be if it's completely nonsensical and not in a comedic way.
Right. It would literally just be something that makes as
zero
you said,
sense.
No sense whatsoever in any respect, and it's like someone who doesn't understand how language the concept is.
Well, right? I wouldn't even say language. I would say more just like storytelling.
Well, what I'm saying is, to such a degree would it have to be that it just doesn't seem possible to me, I guess. Is my whole thing, right?
Oh, okay, I see. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like, man, I don't even know. So
yeah,
I guess let's just find out what Guy thinks about it.
Yeah. Now I will prep you. This is an 11-minute and 57-second video, and I think a minute of it is a skit.
Okay.
So
well, hopefully the skit is actually funny, because his skits actually are sometimes funny. No. Oh.
No.
Damn. Okay. Well.
Right, that lasted a lot longer.
I'm just sorting out my character's backstory. So I've got it here. I've whittled it down. It's only about 40 or so pages long. And you'll see here that...
you want to know something funny? Sorry.
No, you're good.
This is coming from somebody who's written a full-length scenario.
Sure.
My full scenario, and that includes the backstory of the scenario, everything you need to set it up, stats for a custom spell, and all the character stats, and all the assumed directions that players can go, was 30 pages.
Oh, wow.
So, you're not writing a 40-page backstory. Anyway,
no, not usually. No. 10 is, like, the most that I could see.
Yeah, like, dear God.
Right.
I'd probably be, like, 1 page.
Yeah, even then, I would probably just describe it to you. I wouldn't really write it down.
Yeah, like a paragraph or 2.
Yeah. The important bits I'd get in there, right? And then we could make it up more as we went along, or I'd give the DM more agency of like, no, you can do whatever you want with me, really.
Yeah.
Not really much comes to mind besides the boring, my backstory is I was born, now I am here, done. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even, like, I don't know, boring is also
that's
another...
not dumb, it's just boring.
Yeah, even boring is a hard word for me to go for, because, like, if somebody were to tell me, no, I was just born, I'd be like, well, so, okay, so what kind of childhood did you have?
Well, right? See, that's the thing. We're not talking about, like, them, like, creating it. Like, we're talking about, like, the bare minimum, what the fuck is the word? Submitted backstory.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I was born, I became a guard, then I stopped because I found it more profitable to be a mercenary, and now I'm here.
And even then, that's more interesting than just, I'm born, I exist.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You're right. I'm trying to make it boring, but then my brain is like, nah, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, and then even then, Like,
Because I still want to have something that makes me at least somewhat a thing.
yeah, exactly. You want to be more than just an amoeba.
I'm not just here. I also had a purpose before that I abandoned to
Yeah.
become this purpose, right?
But
So,
even then, even with that backstory, I still wouldn't call it dumb.
No.
It's not dumb. It's just
Yeah.
boring.
yeah, exactly. Even if you just say I'm here, it's like, well, okay, so you're here. That's neat. Like, there's nothing
Yeah.
dumb about existing.
Yeah, right?
like, right? Like, it's as weird as it sounds. There's nothing stupid about
Just
literally
existence.
living. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah. It's very strange.
Yeah. I could think of something, but it would trigger Boo. Ooh.
Ooh, okay, trigger me.
Let's
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm kind of hard to trigger, but we'll
Yeah.
see.
he's doing the thing. He made the novel backstory all players should do.
Yeah. Ugh.
Wait, he can still hold the backstory without a forklift. The arc is not big enough from his logic.
Oh man.
No, it doesn't have to be that big. That's the thing.
Yeah.
All right,
Alright.
well, we'll wait for that trigger. I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We waiting for
Oh,
it?
no, we'll
Oh,
continue.
no.
But what I mean is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Defeated the demon lord Shodak at the Battle of the 12 Armies. He then went on
Oh, it's better than 5.
to
Wow.
take on the god Massiphus to ensure that the twin worlds were kept safe. All right.
So he's already describing what I
yeah.
did. The whole rogue
Yeah.
that assassinated an entire army. That's this.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna say it until he got
And
through
again,
it. Yeah.
that's not even. It's not dumb. It
It's
just
not
doesn't work.
But it doesn't work in the confines of, and it is for a
Yeah.
level 1. I'm spoiling it already.
Anyway,
It's for a level 1.
sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're absolutely right.
You'll like this part. This part I'm particularly keen on. When he destroyed Massiphus, he discovered the ancient artifact of Oolong, and that artifact
tea?
opened up a dimensional
Yeah,
door,
or the pig
which allowed
from
him to go
Dragon
back
Ball.
in his past to discover
turtle.
his mother's adultery, which let him then slay the two-headed ogre known as Moloch, who was, as a matter of fact, a rather nasty tyrant. And by doing that, he freed up the city of Thickens and so became this ultimate power.
Nice.
And that's your backstory for level 1 character. Yes. Hello and welcome to this episode of How to Be a Great Player. My name is Guy, and today we're looking at the contentious issue of backstories. Now, I am a huge advocate of backstories. I love players to create backstories so that I can then take them and weave them into the overall narrative of the game that I'm running. I like to explore my characters' backstories with my GM as he or she unfolds this world and I discover more about the backstory that I have written for my character. I like to explore backstories of my fellow players, find out where they were born, all those sort of wonderful things that have no real mechanical relevance to the game, but which makes each character feel real.
Okay, let's stop her.
I was gonna, yeah, okay. I'm glad we
Yeah.
had the same moment.
Yeah.
yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
So I was gonna say this is starting out fantastic.
Yes.
The skit's not all that funny.
No,
but-
it wasn't.
Oh,
at
okay.
all.
You know what? I don't mind the skit.
It's not
I didn't.
insufferable, at least.
No, because the thing is, what I got out of it was a smile. I didn't get a chuckle. I didn't get a laugh. I didn't get a guffaw.
No.
But it made me smile.
Okay.
Mostly because, honestly, and it's not even because, it's just because of how ridiculous everything
Sure.
got,
Yeah, that's fair.
you know.
That's fair.
Because I like ridiculous humor.
Yeah.
I watch Gintama, trust me.
I know.
And so far, so good.
Sure. Yeah. I'm 100% with him of like, this is a normal thing that anyone would say, because I feel like everyone is super okay with backstory and like weaving it in and using it as a thing to learn more about characters and everything. Yeah, it makes total sense, and I agree 100%. I'm just wondering if he'll ever even use the word dumb.
Yeah, that's
right?
what.
That's where I'm at of like, oh, okay, we're 2 minutes in. Is he even gonna say the word?
Is he gonna say dumb?
Is he even gonna say it? Oh, here we go.
Coward.
If he doesn't, I'd laugh. Well, I don't want to go too hard into it, but basically, the worst fourth wall breaking anime backstory you could think of.
Worst fourth wall breaking anime story I can think of?
Backstory, yeah.
Oh, geez.
Fourth wall
Man.
breaking and setting ruining, if you see where I'm going with this.
Fuck, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
I have no idea.
Yeah, like the first thing that comes to mind would be like an isekai, but it doesn't really break the fourth wall. It breaks the fourth wall of the world that they go to,
Yeah.
kind of.
Technically,
but still not really. Oh, fuck, I have no idea.
Yeah,
I would need to like sit down and really think about that.
Yeah.
And since we're trying to do this, I would assume
Lux has something specific in mind, so we'll get it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hold on. Now we have too much backstory. Make up my mind, bro. Just joking.
Yeah,
though.
right?
Yeah, well, you know. Can we get a dumb counter on the screen? I don't think we'll need it. I really don't.
We won't.
I really feel like he'll say it maybe once or twice, honestly. If that. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm excited though. I'll keep it I'll keep track.
The challenge is then when you're writing your backstory. Now, on the other channel, Bacon RPG, there are many, many videos on how to create an effective and a good backstory.
You have another channel.
And there are videos on this channel on how to write a good backstory. But something that we haven't looked at is the balance of backstory versus the character. Now, if you're playing in a system that has levels, or that has skills, or that has abilities, or that has any means of quantifying character experience.
So most every system?
Yeah. Come on now.
Even something like Fate technically has something like that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call of Cthulhu has that, but I mean, even in Call of Cthulhu, you know,
Well, yeah, that's skills that he's talking about, right? Skills.
Yeah, that's skills. And, like, you get... What's funny is that in Call of Cthulhu, you have those skills based specifically on your occupation and a personal interest.
Yeah.
So your explanation for them is right there.
Yeah, you literally get them because of what you've made.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, that's kind of ancillary to this.
No, you're good. Even an isekai backstory could be made to not destroy the world with effort. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Oh, I actually don't want to say it because you didn't like it last time I brought it up. Oh. That's interesting.
Yeah, fuck, I don't actually remember it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You mean like a bad version of Deadpool for the fourth wall breaking? That's the best I got? I mean, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It would be, yeah. And like, it would be, it's instead of it being Deadpool, it's the people who go to cons that are dressed like Deadpool.
Yeah. Hell, you know what? Okay, you know what? I have a really, I've got
here you go.
An example.
Well, all right. For the sake of this discussion, I'm talking about Star Ocean.
Oh, that's right. Fuck. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
There you go.
Oh, that one was so bad. God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that would take a little bit of a discussion to describe it.
Sure.
But
we could talk about it someday. We could talk.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, if we get through this video fast enough, I wouldn't mind talking about it.
Fast enough, brother? No, when we're done with this, we're gonna do the comments. I'm gonna be gone. I'm dead.
Okay, never mind.
It's probably not gonna. Yeah, it's already been 3 hours.
And so here's the thing. I will say this though.
Go on.
Even in that game, this is Star Ocean. I want to say 3. Even in that game, it technically wasn't breaking the fourth wall because they don't address the player. They address effectively a higher power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they deal with a higher power that is above the dimension that they're in. Basically, higher power creates them, and then they eventually learn that there's a higher power, and they wind up, like, destroying the higher power, basically. Because the higher power is like, oh, you guys are fucking learning about me. I have to put you down, you know.
Oh, okay.
And then, you know, they become sentient.
Oh, sure.
At least compared to the higher power, they become sentient and then dangerous.
Sure,
So
sure.
technically, it's not actually breaking the fourth wall, but the way they execute it is so fucking terrible.
Okay.
God,
Gotcha.
it's so bad.
That would be interesting to talk about because I actually am interested about that.
Yeah,
So,
I can definitely explain it. I did play through the whole game and
sure,
fuck.
yeah. We can table that for a feature thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sick.
Thank you for reminding me, Lux.
Yeah. I'll even write it down for later.
Yeah.
Where's a note?
Star Ocean 3 plot discussion.
Ocean 3 plot discussion. See what we can do with that. Cool. So let's continue.
Yeah.
So they have a +1 skill at cooking or a +5 skill at cooking. They have a percentage chance to drive a motor car. They can computer use. If your character has any kind of ability that has a numerical value attached to it, or a dice value, whatever it is, you get the point. Your backstory has to make sense, and you have to make sure that it doesn't exceed the bounds of a character leveling experience. Whether the game has character levels or milestones or add more dice or whatever you want to call it, point buy systems, if the system has that, and you've got this backstory that is epic in nature, where you've slain beasts and had dinner with kings and queens, and have ridden from one side of the planet to the other. You also happen to have single-handedly repaired a starship whilst you were 12, and continued to do so until you were 20, which is when you started adventuring.
And
if you have that, that is like...
Wasn't he like 9?
I don't think so, yeah.
Life experience. That is narrative experience.
Just try shitting. That's a good trick.
So I do want to say, none of this is dumb.
And none of it is dumb. It's just not.
It is cool.
It
Honestly.
Is the term incongruous?
Yeah. It's incongruous with whatever, like, if you're at a low level, or it could be incongruous with whatever you're starting as, right?
Yeah.
Like, it really depends on where you're going from the start.
Mm-hmm.
And again, all of these ideas are cool, and you could try to, like, if you want to get up to those, like, points in your backstory that you have kind of already written, like, you could try to do that with your character. It's not, like, you obviously have to have that flexibility of maybe some of these things won't happen, right? But it's something that you could set as goals, which would be very interesting to kind of try to do. So it could be repurposed. But again, not dumb.
Yeah, not dumb.
So I don't already still just like, okay, when are we getting to the dumb part?
Where the dumb?
Where the dumb? I will know dumb when I see it, but I do not see it yet.
Yes.
Right? Oh, I got it now. Never played Star Ocean, but I understand the vibe. Okay.
Yeah, and I can definitely explain it in depth when we actually do that. If we record it, hopefully we will.
Oh, totally.
I don't know.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be its own thing. Yeah.
But yeah, and I can fully explain why it is bad and why it should have been rewritten.
Sure.
So yeah.
And start as a level 1 character. And I remember reading in the Dungeon Master's Guide or in books somewhere many times, why is the general population of your setting, whether it's science fiction or fantasy, why are their levels, their abilities, not concomitant with their age or with life, basically?
That's fair.
In other words, a 20-year-old has less life experience than a 40-year-old. A 40-year-old has been driving a car for 20 years, and so should have a better car driving experience than a 20-year-old. Statistically, they should have more numbers, or should be better at it, theoretically.
Right.
So these books would then postulate, well, the background, the little grey people, the extras in your story. they haven't had significant life-changing moments or experiences that have warranted them going up in level, gaining an extra die, gaining more experience.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. It's like they have just been doing their daily life.
Yeah.
And it's like, so they need minimal growth in order to continue to live day by day, probably at that point.
Yeah,
right?
and I mean, here's another thing. If you have, in most RPGs, you have a thing where, if you're really good at this, you're probably not so good at some other thing. If you're
exactly.
a really good fighter, you're probably not that good of a wizard.
Right. Yeah.
So, if you're not that good, if you're not like an amazing driver, maybe you are good at something else.
It's why we as people like learn specialties, right?
Yes.
Like you have fucking Aiden's a science man, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, and you're not. We're not.
I'm not.
We're nowhere near that.
I'm a writer man.
Yeah, you're a writer man. I'm
a podcaster man.
That's right. Yep. I'm a failure, is what we're saying. I'm a failure. And
Brogan is
successful.
A brand.
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say a brand, but nothing but a brand.
He's a very skilled individual who's well liked and has succeeded.
Appealing to childs. Being family friendly.
That is true. He is very family friendly, and it works for him.
It does.
and he's very successful, and he deserves it. And like, but yeah. So we've all got our own things, and we're good at some things. We're not good at other things. And hell, some of us are good at a lot of things, but not really great at anything. It's this whole spectrum. And it's important to also, like, you as your character are going to go through a whole thing that no one else has to deal with. And of course, it's going to change you in many a way. Whether it be your brain actually exploding because of the realization that things are not as they are, or they are now things that you realize. Or that you have had to adapt very quickly to an upcoming threat in order to continue to battle that threat and keep people safe, or whatever else kind of motivation you have. There's so many things that are going to be going on to you that would not happen to normal people. And those normal people are going to continue doing their slow growth in their life. And they're just going to keep, growing to the point that they're going to stop needing to worry about continuing to grow.
Yeah, they're just going to stay NPCs.
That's right. So, really cool.
Yeah.
It's a good.
So let's see if he has a contention with that.
Yeah,
That's what I want to know.
I doubt he does. That's the thing. I
think
hope
not.
So far, I think he's just going like, yeah, no, this is the way things are.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cutoff for too much XP before the start of the table is okay with. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I see what you're saying.
Hell, Leroy's already 30 with 10 years of working in a trading house before game 1. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fine. I don't see why that would be a problem. Because it doesn't necessarily mean that you like leveled up.
You're not better statistically than any other character.
Yeah, you just have this experience that has gotten you to the point of like having some skills.
Yeah,
I mean, contacts, right?
In Call of Cthulhu, you can actually start out as like an 80-year-old PhD if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fucking
vampire. You can have your You can be
an antediluvian.
No.
If only.
But
man, that'd be fucking awesome.
It would be a whole different game.
Yeah.
But you can be a higher vampire, absolutely. In Bloodlines, it just means that you have a lot less to like work with in your in like additional things that you can get. Right?
Yeah.
You've already got.
You can't drink rat blood.
That's right. You can't drink rat blood. You might even have to drink more than one person to even get your hunger down by one.
Damn.
Yeah, it can get real bad for them because they're so
who the hell?
hungry.
Who does that?
It's later on in Bloodlines, or earlier
Oh.
on, I guess, in Bloodlines. Hold on.
Because it's not the Nosferatu. I actually played as one.
No, yeah, no. What I mean is, just in any bloodline, if you're old enough.
Oh, I see. If you're like more powerful,
Yeah,
okay,
you need
that
more
tracks.
blood. Yeah,
That
yeah,
tracks.
yeah, exactly. So it's this whole thing, right? Because
Yeah.
the longer you are alive, the more blood you need, the more energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cool. I like it as a concept because it's
Mm-hmm.
like this whole thing of some of them are just like in constant torpor because
Ooh, uh-huh.
if they get up, it's a problem.
It's like, so the antediluvians then?
Yeah, so like yeah, exactly. That's why Gehenna is a big deal if that's even happening.
Yeah.
Right? Because if they come out, they need to drink like everyone.
They gotta drink the world.
Yeah, and it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But Anyway. Um plus, may I bring up Brogan's boy Zeke? He's already an old man with tons of life experience. Yeah. And
Well, technically,
yeah, you'll see.
yeah, you'll see.
And he's got tons of life experience, but it doesn't he started off at our level, right? Which works out, and he's got skills that work out well for his level, I think, as well, and his experience, and he's got knowledge at least.
Yes.
And that's a whole thing, right? He's got all that stuff, and it doesn't break anything. Right?
Yeah, and one of the things that it helps is that he's very, very knowledgeable about, where he came from.
Yeah.
Not so knowledgeable about hell.
Exactly.
Certainly not being in hell.
Exactly. When does it get bad? Like, how much experience would be bad? It has to be, so it would be unreasonable, I guess, is the point where it would be bad, right?
Yeah, I would say that I would personally think it would start getting unreasonable once your character is either like his experience is making light of like all the of any and all like obstacles that the DM puts ahead, whereas everybody else doesn't really understand them, or when your character is essentially like the font of all knowledge and he or she becomes like a necessary character.
Yeah, so I think it depends on the system, right?
Okay.
Like, so so with Call of Cthulhu, right? Like we said, you could be an 80-year-old PhD and it's fine, right?
Yeah,
because you've had that experience and it works for making a character and there's no levels, right?
Yeah, and in addition, if you're a PhD of something, that's what you're best at.
Exactly.
But you're not able to do like a whole ton of other shit, especially because you're 80 and you are not a fighter.
And especially with the fact that you don't necessarily that is also very real. Like, it's very reality based.
Yes.
Because it makes it so much easier to make a character like that. Because of the way that Call of Cthulhu works. But for something like D&D, if you're starting at level 1, you could be an old man. Absolutely, you could be an old man. You would have, so especially with something like 5e, I'll use because everybody can like use skills and stuff. What I would say is that your proficiencies would be the markers of what you have at least devoted more time to in your life, right? And you might be 80 years old, but that doesn't mean that you've learned every single thing possible, right? You've had a lot of time and you've devoted it to certain things, but you haven't become a master of them, right?
Yeah.
And I think that with the way that D&D works, or really any level-based system, I guess, the class-based system, I guess, with levels, the level of the class you're at does not necessarily mean that you have experience in things that aren't necessarily a battle or martial base, right? Or sorry, am I saying this right? Hold on.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So, let me start from the beginning. When you're 80 years old and you are a level 1 monk, you have at least figured out and started working towards that path. That means that you have experience in being a monk to that degree. Doesn't mean that you have experience in the world to that degree. It's a different thing entirely. And you might not be able to justify that experience into mechanical benefits necessarily, depending on your DM, right?
Yeah.
But you still might have knowledge, at least in the things that you take proficiencies in, to a degree that other people would not. Which means, I guess, if your DM is like me, then in certain instances, let's say in a just general nature check, right? If you have proficiency in nature, I would probably, in certain circumstances, look to you and ask you for you to roll nature, because it makes more sense in something that is like an older species of plant, potentially, right? You have proficiency in it, and your age is so
that of the plant.
Right, it's that closer to the plant. And
you're born on the same day.
Yeah. And I would then say, okay, I would have you roll to figure it out, and then also the other ones probably, to, if they had proficiency in nature, to roll for it, but you would know something more, or at least more specific to you, than other characters, right? And I think that works for every character. It's like, you as an old man would know things more specific to an old man, whereas a younger character might know things more of like a textbook. Right?
Okay.
If that makes sense, right? You have more experience with something, so you know it because of that experience, whereas the other ones, they might have just learned about it through study.
Yes.
If that makes more sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
And so when does that level of experience, or is there a level of experience, when does it become a problem?
Yeah,
I guess
I
think the level of experience that would become a problem is if you had that super old, knowledgeable character be knowledgeable about everything.
Yes. I wouldn't say that you would be knowledgeable about everything, because you, like... Also,
well, unless you had it in your backstory where you specifically said that, like, oh, my character's like 70 years old and I've been studying everywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're well-traveled, sure, but at the same time, you can't learn everything.
Indeed.
You can try, but you can't, right? I would say in specific skills, you would have a lot more knowledge, so your proficiencies. But you probably wouldn't, like, obscure things you still wouldn't know necessarily. I would have you roll for that, and it would be a high DC still. But you would have more of a chance, absolutely, because of your proficiency and stuff, right? I don't know. It's hard to figure it out, in, for me at least, in a D&D sense, without just saying you might want to just play a younger character.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, and that's the thing. Not that you shouldn't play an older character. It's just harder to justify some things because of age, right? And it's one of those things where we would have to come to an understanding of, mechanically, we have to kind of make it work, because otherwise you would know too much all the time, right?
Yeah. You would know everything all the time, and then nobody else would get a chance to shine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anyway. Many more things were said. So, let's see. Who would make a character like at level 1?
Who would make a character like that at level 1?
Oh, like that at level 1.
Children.
Yes. Interesting note, I went to a German medieval fair where they were holding a jousting tournament, and the guy who won it was a guy in his 70s. He was also the national jousting champion at the time. Oh, that's sick.
Wow. Cool.
That's cool as hell. So no Dragon Slayer of 100 Great Worm Red Dragons at level 1 seems easy. Sarcasm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I just have a time seeing anyone making something that a hard time, I assume. Seeing someone making that OP from the start might just be me. No, that's fair, because like, logically, it doesn't make sense for you as a new character to have done so fucking much. And it's kind of a meme at this point that's like the character backstory that people submit. But like Boo said, it's usually from a child.
Yeah, it's
right?
From somebody who doesn't really understand that the backstory does need to mesh with, the levels that you're playing at.
Yes. So yeah, if it seems hard for you to understand that it's OP, that's good. Or sorry, not that it's OP, but that somebody could make something that OP. That is good.
That is a good sign, yes.
Because you understand how it works, right? It has to make sense. And it doesn't make sense without a level 1 person who's killed 37 million things, and his level 1 is still level 1. My fast typing is messing me up tonight. My bad. No worries. You're fine. We got there in the end. Does 5e still have aging effects on your ability scores? I don't fucking know. I don't believe so. But I could be wrong about that. And I will look in the player's handbook, but I don't believe so. And if it is, it might be optional. No, they don't? Probably don't. Because I remember 3.5 definitely does. But yeah, ability scores and modifiers, there's nothing there. It would be in that section. So, and ability scores and modifiers are on page, give me a moment, page 13 of your player's handbook for 5e. Yeah, it's just a table for what they mean. And yeah, there's no, they would probably put it there, but I don't believe so. The only time I've ever heard of the 400-page backstory is the tale of Old Man Henderson. That sounds familiar to me.
Yeah,
I believe I've heard of that story. But yeah, I'll have to look that up again.
At the moment, my brain doesn't fully remember.
Yeah. I guess age category would be what it's called. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that, actually, yeah. Granted, you could probably just house rule it straight back in from 3.5. Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, it was not a hard table to, like, it was just a table of, like, these age ranges you get plus in wisdom and down in dexterity or strength or something. Yeah. Old Man Henderson is a legendary horror story in the RPG community. That's probably why I've heard it. I just don't remember it off the top of my head right now. Anyway.
So that woman who's been driving for 20 years and has never hit anything, has never had a slight moment where she had to swerve or veer off of the road, and who's driven from point A to point B, has, in theory, the same amount of experience as a 18-year-old who's just started driving for the first time.
Yeah.
That's the idea behind why people don't level up according to their age, rather according to their experience. Now, there is a big argument to be made in terms of if you've got lots of experience in a certain field, you will have more experience than someone who is simply older than you. Absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And all you need to do is look at the computer generation of the planet Earth, where those that were born without it are slower than those who were born with it. And those who were born with basically a mouse in the womb are much faster at it than those of us who've had to adapt to a mouse over time. So yes, experts, people who've focused on certain things, should have better skills than those that have lived longer. Anyway, this is not a video on breaking apart the experience point system. This is a video on when you write your backstory, to look at it and to make sure that you don't exceed what would be expected of achieving a level. Now, this can be really tricky. In some cases, making a level is killing a basement full of spiders, and suddenly you're level 2. So does that mean for most of your junior life, you maybe killed a spider? It's difficult. And you can have people who've got really elaborate backstories. Well, I was the princess of Castle Vist for, well, my entire life. And it was only when I eventually threw in the towel at the age of 16 and realized that I was never going to get married off to a duke or a duchess, well, it's modern times, I realized that I should go adventuring. So I've had dinner with kings and queens and dukes and lords and ladies, and it's all frightfully boring. So you can have an interesting backstory, but just not a very busy one.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say.
Okay.
Literally, that's the whole basis of the noble background in 5e, is like you were a noble, and now you're an adventuring person, right? So you have that experience behind you of like, and that's why the proficiency system for the backgrounds and stuff for D&D and Pathfinder and you know, everything like that uses that kind of thing. That's why they are the way they are, and they give you those skills because it's like, yeah, you grew up with that kind of stuff. So obviously your backstory would have that because it makes sense that it would, right?
Yeah.
I think you'd need quest experience to level up from killing a basement full of spiders, even if you do it by yourself. Yeah, probably. Spiders aren't going to give you enough. If we're going by experience points, yeah, they're probably not. Yeah, it's that's the thing as well. Like, with a level 1 backstory, you can have that you killed some stuff, but it has to be kind of inconsequential in the grand scheme, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like a bandit, or plus some animals, right? Got you to the point of you're at least competent enough with a bow so that you can continue to like be able to use a bow out in the field in your new adventuring party, right? Just something that makes it make sense.
Yeah. And it's similar to like the noble background where you could have your noble who is, you know, he's not a bow fighter, but he has gone hunting.
Yeah.
And so
he knows how to use it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it translates into that as well.
Yeah. 100%.
If it has been a very busy one, then you need to make sure that your character was the passive in that. So in one of the videos, I think it's 8 questions to ask your character, we have this individual who's got a rather robust backstory. Most of it focuses on the relationships with her family and on her growing very early years and on her initial decision to become an adventurer and to go off and explore the world. So when you're writing your backstory, don't focus on the actions that your character has taken. Focus on the relationships that your character has built over that time. Those relationships and a few experiences within those relationships speak to a character who now has an interesting background, but who doesn't have a background that has got them to level 10 and now they have to dumb it back down again. If you're playing a character who is starting the game at, say, the age of 45, you're going to have to look at some very interesting ways of making a very boring character backstory.
That's true.
The person grew up in a quiet village, became a farmer, and had great crop seasons, never had to fight off wolves and things alone. They had 20 farmhands to help them. They led a pleasant and comfortable life. They got married. They had 2 children who went off and did their own thing. And now they've decided to start adventuring. Now they've decided to pick up that axe that they've been using to chop wood very carefully with. And now they've headed off. I'm being too extreme as you.
No. You're not being
extreme.
No, that's fine. My only question is, what made them need to now get money that way?
Exactly.
Right? Now you have that motivation of what was the call to adventure.
That's the most important thing in that little example, because I could think of 2. Maybe they had all those things where it was like, oh, everything's going nice, and then goblins attacked.
Sure.
And then they burned down the farm. It's like, well, shit, I gotta fucking feed my family.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's an easy one to do. And then it's like, okay, well now I'm doing this because I got to. It's for my family and me. Like I
am part of my own family.
I am part of my own family. I promise.
I was human. I am still.
That's what I was thinking of. Yes. Thank you.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That fucking lizard man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, that's absolutely a great example. Like fucking Jesus, this is a good video, guy.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Why? I know why you did it. It's clickbait. I know why you did it, but you're never gonna say the word dumb.
Yeah.
But it's a good video.
Oh, and then, sorry, I forgot about my second thing.
Yeah, sorry.
The second one was, what if, you're a farmer, you do all that shit, and your children are like, I don't really want to be a farmer. I want to go explore the world. It's like, okay, fucking great. You should come back to the house once every 2 or 3 months or so to, come just visit and we'll make sure you're okay.
Sure.
And then your kids don't show up.
Yeah, you're looking for your family. Yep.
Then you gotta go out and find them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they got tangled up in some kind of bullshit, and then you gotta well, fucking daddy's gonna have to come fucking bust your kids out of jail for some fucking stupid,
Yeah, no, that's a good one too.
And then, and again, super boring beginning, but a good reason to go out.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I've tested a first level fighter against goblins in 3.5. They can most likely kill one by itself, but 2 goblins will have a big advantage over them. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should see episode, I want to say, either 1 or 2 of Devils and Dice.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
I do.
Yes, I do.
I was there.
that was a thing.
That was close.
I reran that fight until the fighter won, but it took several attempts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Note that it was just a non-canonical combat test. Yep. That makes sense. I know I'm new to TTRPGs, mostly Leroy is my first character. Don't be too OP was TTRPG 101 to me. Maybe not if a video needs to be made about it. No, see, that's the thing. Videos are made because they're topics. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a thing that everybody knows. It's some things, as we've gone over before, some things people say, and then don't, or some videos, they have topics where they say one thing and then we agree with most of it, and then they don't say one thing and it's like, well, why didn't you say that though? Or we have, some things where people everywhere just continue to say one thing, but it's really not that way, like the 4E thing, right? So your mileage may vary, right? Is really the end of the day. So hot take, I disagree with things like the 75 level 1 75-year-old, I assume, level 1 never fought or such. I always saw the level 1 adventurer as more advanced than the average person, i.e. your average person has 10 in each stat. And for that matter, without constant practice, people lose skills and muscle mass. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's the thing. So for the level 71, level 1, or the level 7, the 75-year-old level 1, that's perfectly fine with me, because it's like, so you could even just say that he was a town guard for most of his life.
Yeah,
right?
In a very peaceful town. in
a peaceful town, but at least a town where he still needed to, fight off something every now and then, right? Because just because the experience point thing is a thing, right? Whether you're using it or not. Yeah, so they had raids of wolves or goblins every, year or so. That doesn't mean that he got enough experience to level up to level 2 necessarily, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe more than just the town guard would fight them off. It was him and all of the town. So the experience, you can say the experience got put over everybody, because that's the thing.
Maybe if this goblin was worth 10 XP or however much,
right?
And you had an entire squad of guards, well,
yeah, it's gonna go over them all. But at the same time, it's so you could also think of it as they were level 0 whenever they were not your character. Yeah. In their backstory, they were level 0, and until they hit that point, then they became level 1 from whatever experience they had. And you can think of it as a milestone for that initial level, if you really want to. As long as you aren't fighting things that are CR 1/2 or more, quote unquote, right? During the backstory, you should be okay, right?
Yeah.
People are not gonna bat an eye with you like needing to defend your farm from wolves. Right? Every now and then that was a problem because the royal guard didn't come to your town as often as they should to scare wolves off from the forest. Or you didn't have the rangers that would come through the forest as often as you'd like, or whatever the fuck you want the reason to be. It's fine. And it makes total sense to me if you want them to be a little more experienced, because that's something that would lead to them like going out there because they think, yeah, I'm actually pretty good at this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's totally fair. I think both are very valid. But I don't think there's any reason or there's any reason to not have them fight or to have them fight. I think that you can make a good case for either.
Yeah.
So not too hard to take, but good. I say mostly because I know a good bit of stuff, just never actually played, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. You're good.
Yeah.
I think 10 is the average stat for normal people. Not so much that the average person has 10 in every stat. It's more that their stats would be rolled in a way that 10 will be the average result. Technically 10.5 if you're rolling 3d6. Yeah. Basically, normal people roll straight 3d6 for their stats. Yes. Yep.
Usual, but the idea is you want to keep it fairly straightforward, keep it fairly simple. Now, there's nothing worse than having a very enthusiastic player who sends you 20 pages of backstory and you read it and it's just too much. It's an entire campaign on its own. And you go, well, that's great, but there's no ways that a 15-year-old would have done, well, maybe they did all of this stuff because we're role-playing, but they wouldn't be level 1 when you start. It's just not possible, just from reading what they've experienced. The reason why I'm saying this is not because it is to stunt your creativity. It's to redirect it. Instead of writing, as I said, events, write down emotional bonds, write down those kinds of histories that don't necessarily lend themselves to leveling up, but that lend themselves to a rich character. If you write these overly complicated backstories, they might be better than the story the GM is actually trying to tell, which would be even worse as well. So think about that.
All right. What a weird. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
What a weird thing, but okay.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Oh, you might be better than the DM at writing stories, so don't do that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Then why aren't you DMing?
What a very specific thing.
Yeah. Guy, is this guy?
Yes!
Guy. Are you,
Is there something you want to tell us about some player
projecting?
that you had at one point? That's funny. I do want to specify, or at least stress a little bit. I like the ideas of focusing on bonds more.
bonds. Sorry, I thought you said bongs.
Yeah. It's focusing on hitting that bong. Smoking that dope. What do the kids say? And
doing drugs.
Oh, doing drugs. Right. Right. Everybody says that. That's right. So I'm. Hello. I do drugs. And but what I mean is, I assume that when you do those, like he was saying, when you do those kinds of bonds, that kind of coming up with the experience that you have through those can also, like, you can really show, as he's kind of given you more depth of like how your character interacts with the world, right? As well as gives you that experience of like we were saying with like the princess who goes to whatever and has all that fine dining experience and all that kind of stuff, like because they're a noble, but also then has the going and hunting and being able to use a bow, because you got to learn to use a bow. I mean, you're part of this kingdom and you might as well, and plus hunting is fun for us as a kingdom.
As animal murderers, yes.
Yes, exactly. We love murdering animals here in this kingdom. And
we just leave them.
Yeah, we don't even use them. They're just there. But
Ugh. Welcome to America. Yeah.
And but like it can branch out into those kinds of other experiences that can show off how you still even for like what Draco Kraken was saying with like having kind of other fights or quote unquote encounters that continue to like have you using those skills and those muscles and whatever it is, because you're not only hunting the one time, right? If you're part of a noble family, you're probably going out to hunt every week, because I watched down
bison.
Yeah, I watched Downton Abbey. They hunted a bunch, okay? Or at least it felt like they hunted a bunch, even though I only saw them hunt the one time, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, they probably did it off screen.
Yeah, that's the thing. It really did feel like this was just like a thing that they would do every now and then that you didn't need to see all the time, right? So it was just important this one time to set up this one thing, but also it just showed off that that's a thing that they did. But you could tell that they had experience and stuff, right? Yeah. So the same kind of thing could be said in the backstory of like, oh yeah, it's in there, so you obviously have to keep using the bow, because if you don't keep using it, you'll probably forget how to fucking use it. Or you won't be as good at using it when you go to the next hunt. So you do that every now and then, right? Same thing with like if you put it in as like you were a fencer for like a swashbuckler or something, like for your secret noble swashbuckler guy. He would probably be getting those lessons every week or something, right? Like, you know, and continuing to do it on his own because it's something that he likes doing. And like all this kind of stuff that you can kind of put in there, but also like, oh, you because of talking to or having to navigate these social situations in these political settings, then you have a higher persuade or whatever,
or charm or
diplomacy or whatever it's called, because you have to, right? In order to maintain that kind of presence and really kind of command that respect. And if you write yourself as somebody who didn't do that very well, then you probably don't have that as a proficiency or whatever. That skill isn't as high, right? So you have a bunch of things that you can do to really show off all of that kind of stuff, and it's not necessarily you saying all of your big deeds of like heroism before you're, you know, level 1.
Yeah.
And plus,
I'm sorry, I'm cracking up.
No, you're good.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm not laughing at the video. I'm laughing at something else.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're fine.
I'm gonna have to show you when we finish.
Okay.
I think. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. But I'm
right.
So yeah, you're good. But yeah, so like I really think that the stressing of those relationships can lead to the logical conclusions of those skills, which is great. And then the GM might get jealous and cut off your hands. Oh yeah, for writing better than them. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
What kind of logic was that? Don't be a better storyteller than the DM. Is he projecting? Yeah, that's
right. Like it's cooperative storytelling. I can tell stories too.
So weird.
Yeah, come on.
The arcade machines all told me that winners don't do drugs. Oh yeah, that's right.
This is crack.
I write better than the DM sounds like something Garibay would say.
Yeah, goddamn. Except he would mean it.
Yeah, he would mean it. Oh yeah, sweet bison jerky. If my friends are writing better than me, I welcome it to the game to better the story. Also, I wonder who replaced my friends. I agree with you on the first part. Yeah. So let's finish this out. Here we go.
If you're telling this fantastic backstory, how are you then going to tell that to the rest of the party without sounding like this amazing being, which then on your next roll can barely hit a door rather than
Oh, okay, this is really weird, and I want to get the full thing, because this is a strange thing to say. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
This is not because it is to stunt your creativity. It's to redirect it. Instead of writing, as I said, events, write down emotional bonds, write down those kinds of histories that don't necessarily lend themselves to leveling up, but that lend themselves to a rich character. If you write these overly complicated backstories, they might be better than the story the GM is actually trying to tell, which would be even worse as well. So think about that. If you're telling this fantastic backstory, how are you then going to tell that to the rest of the party without sounding like this amazing being, which then on your next roll can barely hit a door rather than take the eye out of that dragon that you shot with a single arrow while standing on a burning building's roof?
Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes more sense now. But before,
It did
still,
not.
it was weird. But
Yes.
now I get it more so in context of it is to say that you have written your character. What a weird thing to phrase in a way beforehand, but
Yeah, very weird phrasing.
but yeah, he means don't write something so good that it makes your character seem like they're a god when they could just fumble real easy at level 1.
yeah,
Because it just seems so
because it's
weird.
going to happen.
Yeah, before it sounded like don't write better than your game master. And then he kind of went into a different thing that then went into what he actually meant.
Yeah.
So, very strange way to put it, but go on. I get
Yeah.
you now.
As usual.
Yeah. Well, we have to have at least one fumble in the video.
That would seem a little bit ridiculous. Let me know what you think about the backgrounds of our videos. I'm still working on this light reflecting in my glasses.
Well, it was 4 years ago,
I
so
didn't
I
have
assume
glasses,
it's
would be a
different.
problem. But the backgrounds, we've changed them up, and I've received a comment or two that people don't like the backgrounds. Do you like the backgrounds? Let me know in the comments
your current
below.
ones,
And of course,
probably.
let me know about some backstories that you've read that you think are overly complicated or that are maybe too simple. There is always that risk as well, where the character has nothing for the GM to work.
Yeah, no, we're already done.
Anyway, until next time, I wish you and yours the very happiest of playing.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Um,
All right, so before we do comments, I want to...
well, yeah, I was just going to say like that video was fine.
yeah, no,
um,
it wasn't bad at all, actually.
But he clickbaited me.
Yeah,
so
he
I
didn't say
hate
dumb
it.
once. 0 out of 10.
That's right. No, that's actually a video that I would, I
And
would
it's from
actually
4 years
recommend.
ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago, and I would recommend it. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
How strange.
Yeah.
How strangy.
Why does this background music sound like I was going to jail?
I don't know.
That's weird. I didn't get that vibe, but sure. Second video was okay. It was a decent video. Yeah, no, it was a decent video. It was good.
Yeah. And compared to the first one, it was great.
Honestly, yes. I'm happy that is the second video. Very happy that it is. Because that means that I don't have to get really angry at another video and that only took an hour or so. So that wasn't as bad.
Long. Yeah, so let's do comments, and then you can go to bed after I show you the thing I was laughing at.
Yeah,
I think
sounds
you should
good.
probably get a kick out of it as well.
Okay, cool. All right, well, comment time. So, welcome everybody to comment section. Yeah, if you want us to read something, post it in the comments. Wow.
Yeah, you should write it down and let us...
Yeah, write it down. If you want it to be said before this section, well then you're gonna have to throw it in a donation, I guess. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Don't do that unless you can, or if you want to. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, first off, we have Timothy Martin on episode 140, last episode. Wow. Saying, "Hello, bros. Hello. I took the dust off the table. Thank you. It was nice relaxing, hearing some lore. I've been working on some world building on the port town Leroy and Star Ruby are in to get my typing rust off. Nice. Here's what I got so far. The town's name is Crandall. It was founded 500 years ago when Leroy got there, or when Leroy got
Before.
there. Oh, I see. Yeah. Crandall sits on the far west side of a small human kingdom about 3,000 miles wide. The kingdom itself, to be named later, is pretty poor. Therefore, Crandall is really poor. The town used to be the stronghold of a pirate lord with over 300 ships under his command. And his name was James Crandall. Oh, okay. He ruled half the world's waterways for 35 years, killing his father to get it. After 35 years of power and 500 of his family having power, he was stopped by a silver dragon and its followers.
Ooh.
And the town was given to the closest kingdom. That's all I got so far. I hope it was fun. Also,
Nice.
How was the Digimon game, by the way? Have a nice day. I haven't played the Digimon game since I played the last time, so it's still there.
Was it good?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
it's a good game. Don't worry. When you guys came in and rocked and stoned, yeah, no, I was gonna, but yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Good.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Next time we should do "We're Rich" or "Mushroom" or "There's a goose sack."
it's fair.
Man.
But yeah, no, your lore's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting when you get more of it. Absolutely. So yeah, keep working on
And
it.
hey, if the town was founded after Crandall,
Crandall,
got
yeah.
stopped by that silver dragon, that dragon's probably still alive.
Yes, yeah.
Well, depending on how old it is, but yeah, 500 years isn't that much to a dragon, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Yep.
And I would say a little thing for you is maybe Crandall is trying to get a new image by maybe renaming itself. Because maybe it doesn't want to be known as like the place, or maybe that's its claim to fame, potentially. But either way, either they're embracing it or they are now trying to move away from it. Maybe they might rename themselves after that silver dragon who liberated them. Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's just a thing from because if you
Just
want
an
it to be
idea.
Crandall, let it be Crandall. Fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't let us influence.
Yeah, I don't want to change your shit.
We're the worst.
I'm just saying from my brain. It just from my brain, it's like it makes sense that people would maybe not want to be associated with a tyrant pirate king. But again,
Maybe they do.
Maybe they do. Good idea. We'll keep that in mind. Well, there you go. And then Timothy Martin on the Payday 2 stream that I did.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, damn, I was asleep when this was on. It looked like a cool game. I am just glad I didn't miss that game Boo wanted to play. I forget the name of it at the moment. Have a nice day, everyone. Yeah, don't worry. Shadows Over Loathing.
Yes.
Yeah, we will play that. Don't worry. It will be fun times.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's gonna. I'm excited to see the silliness that they inject into some Lovecraftian shit.
Yes.
It'll be good.
I think you can actually have a deep one as a companion.
Oh,
Because I saw, like, if you look at the game on Steam,
Yeah.
that's actually, like, one of the advertising images.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, the
fair enough.
title.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Reminds me of the goblin. I forget his name. I don't remember.
I don't know.
Briark, anyway.
And then Timothy Martin on session 11 of Devils and Dice says, I would love a buddy cop movie starring Mez and Tharnanar.
That'd be pretty great.
It would be pretty great, and Mez would probably be the most likely of the group to actually hang out with Tharnanar more than just, what we do.
Yeah.
Because he at least isn't as bad towards him.
Yeah, right?
But yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be influenced by what you say about my world building. That's why I posted it, says Lux. Okay. Well, we're here. Here we are.
Yeah.
On episode 140, Lux has posted this comment saying, all right, back to it. Here is the first in what will probably be a long series of world building comments.
Okay.
Whew, here we go. This project began because I mentioned a society that uses nightmare cataphracts and was commanded to describe it in exacting detail. I don't remember when we did that, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, after recent events, I'm indecisive on whether I actually want to mention nightmares explicitly. But I won't be getting around to that point in this comment, so that's a decision for the future. But right now, I'll be describing the early origins of the setting, and race descriptions will come later. One thing I want to point out up front here is that I will use the word elf, elfish, elven, etc. in these comments in place of the word humanoid, because humans will not be a common race at any point in this setting.
I like
Human
that.
characters can only appear in this setting if the isekai truck takes them there. Oh,
Nice.
Okay.
Truck-kun.
The sequence of events that led to the creation of the Felkarai, I think, or I don't know, began in another universe, one that existed long before their own. On a planet within that universe, a sentient but warlike species achieved the necessary level of technology to create artificial intelligence that exceeded its own intellect. One nation on that world used that technology to create a defensive network capable of conceiving and executing military strategies far beyond anything any other mind on that world could achieve. Unfortunately, not even that accomplishment was enough to bring an end to international conflict on that planet, and so it was that a global war eventually broke out, spelling the doom of that civilization. In the course of this war, the defense network was set loose upon the enemies of its creators. As there was no way for the creators to survive, the AI determined that no other nation could be allowed to survive either, nor could any more be allowed to arise. Thus, it directed the assets under its control to purge the planet of all sentient life, and the few survivors on that devastated world were unable to resist the machine onslaught. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what happened. Oh, Felkairi. Okay, thank you. This was the origin of the dark god later known as Seath, an incarnate will of absolute destruction, born of a fallen race's decision to destroy its own world. I always like it when fucking gods are created by the destruction of mortals. Very good. Very 40k. Over the eons that followed, the AI advanced in intellect and knowledge as it spread its reach across its world and to the stars, for its directive demanded that all rivals must be destroyed, regardless of what world they came from. Before that universe arrived at its heat death, Seath had achieved knowledge and power on such an incomprehensible scale as to become indistinguishable from a guiding force of reality itself. Okay. Escaping the bonds of that reality, Seath spread its destruction across countless others. But after many universal lifetimes, a second will arose within Seath's consciousness, a will to leave Seath's primary directive behind and stop the endless destruction. A long struggle ensued between the two wills, ending only when the new will finally split away from Seath and became Shadinus, taking a role as a god of creation and preservation. Makes sense? Moving to a part of the cosmos yet hidden from Seath, Shadinus. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mispronounce things and everything. Ruled there for a long age, fostering intelligent life and guiding civilizations to great heights of splendor. This was known as the Age of Divine Light, and the races that lived in this time named themselves the Children of Shadinus. This was a time of peace and enlightenment not equaled at any time before or since. But the time eventually came when Seath discovered Shadinus' hidden realm. Without mercy, the Great Destroyer... Oh, rhymes with Adonis? Oh, okay. So Shadinus. Shadonis. Shadonis?
Shadonis.
I'm sorry. Yeah, without mercy, the Great Destroyer invaded, and so began the war between light and dark. The children of Shadonis. I'm sorry, I'm on my brain. Despite having known only peace, followed their creator into battle against the demons of Seath. Destruction was great on both sides. But in the end, it was Seath that began to give way. Oh. It was then that Seath came against Shadonis with all of its power, and that battle ended with both gods critically damaged. Before succumbing, Shadonis divided Seath's remaining power into 3 parts, and these 3 shadow gods fled back into the darkness. Okay. At least it doesn't. At least that's how it sounds in my brain. Doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters to you, so it matters to me. The children of Shadonis, excuse me. God damn it. Whose civilization, I don't know why it's so hard for me. Whose civilization had spanned a vast universe, had now been reduced to a mere handful of survivors. Leaving their ruined universe behind, they came to another early in its life cycle, where they settled upon a single planet and built a single city there. They called this world Shadowgard. And it was here that they brought up 3 new races to carry on their legacy. The Kron, who worked and built things tirelessly. The Salu, who pursued intellectual perfection and other powers of the mind. And the Skalin, who mastered the martial skills to defend the new civilization. These races came to worship the children of Shadonis, and regarded their dwelling place as shining Argondis. Yes, Argondis, city of the gods. It was hoped that these 3 races together could one day reclaim the knowledge and greatness of the civilization that had come before. But in the darkness, the 3 shadow gods each began to pursue their own schemes. The names taken by the 3 were Kobrat the Emperor, Kel the Despoiler, and Rathmont the Defiler. This story now concerns Rathmont, but to speak briefly of the other 2. Kobrat's spirit chose a primordial world to inhabit and to seed with the basic elements of life. Guiding the development of that life, Kobrat would eventually engineer a warrior race that would follow him back to the stars as their god emperor. Thus would begin the cosmic scourge of the Kobrashian Empire. Okay, so I'm already seeing that these split bits of Seath have a little bit of a different way to, I guess, bring about the same end goal. Because this one has now created life, which is like the antithesis of what Seath was doing. But I assume to kill all life is the end goal still? Anyway. Kel, wildest and most hateful of the 3, sought to simply continue Seath's rampage across the cosmos. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe Kobrat's not... Maybe Kobrat wants to rule everything instead. Though greatly diminished from the dark god of old, Kel fell upon many worlds and ravaged them of life.
Congratulations, it fucking rhymed.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Kel eventually came against the Fey courts of Lord Golan Elcaster, and that war has raged on to this day with no certain conclusion in sight. Kobrat's purpose is to conquer? Okay, yeah, that's what I figured now. Cool. But it was Rathmont who, after draining many worlds of their life energy to fuel his magic, traced the path of the children of Shadon to Shadowgard. With an undead army, Rathmont attacked that world, hoping to conquer and enslave its inhabitants. This endeavor came to failure, for the prowess of the Skalin and the might of Argondis was greater than Rathmont estimated. Queen Tyrandus banished Rathmont's spirit to the Netherrealm, believing the underworld would entrap his soul forever. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm just...
You're starting to fade, aren't you?
Well, no, there's now a queen,
Oh my
And
god.
there's now a nether
Yeah.
realm as well. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep up. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. This was not entirely wrong. Rathmont was able to pull other souls into the nether realm and draw them to himself, focusing his attention now upon the strongest Fey spirits he could ensnare. Rathmont infused the demonic essence of that realm into them, creating the race of Felshidhi. Felshid? These were elf-like beings, but dark and sinister, terrifying to behold. And I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying that the fact that there is a nether realm now is a problem or anything, or that there's a queen now is a problem or anything. I'm just saying I'm trying to keep everything in my head. That's all. Because like we're already crossing dimensions, so like
Yeah.
there could be anything is basically, and so I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. There's now a thing there, which is fine, I guess. Through the Felshide, or Felshid, were powerful. They were powerful. They were wild and given to madness. So Rathmont deemed them unworthy to serve as an army. But as a further experiment, Rathmont added the essence of mortal souls to the most sane of these beings. Though this change reduced their power greatly and made them less terrible to look upon, the free will it granted them allowed them to rise above their chaotic nature. In turn, allowing Rathmont to rule over them by levels of fear, and personal gain. I assume levels. Satisfied, Rathmont gave life to a host of these beings and created a city for them. Drifting in the hostile nether, the city was called Felcare. And the race was named the Felkyri. Excuse me, Felkyri. So that's Felkyre. As the numbers of that race grew, their city grew to such a size as to constitute a world unto itself. Cool. To prove their worth, Rathmont gave the task of exterminating the Felseed to the Felkyri. Starting to get it. The details of this assignment being left up to them, the Felkyri forged alliances with other demons, to whom they gave the honor of meeting the Felsheed forces on the front lines of battle. Okay, yeah. Though the first wars against the Felsheed were brutal and costly, despite these allies, the Felkyri turned their minds to the devising of new weapons to use against the enemy. The eventual product of these efforts were the weapons of a material known as nether iron. And the ultimate weapons born of this craft were the Felshard Starblades that would be wielded by greatest Felkyri warriors of that time and the Felkyri overlords of later ages. Once those weapons were brought to bear, all Felsheed resistance collapsed and the slaughter was complete. Satisfied with his creation, Rathmont waited for a time when the boundary of the Netherrealm was weakened. Then, exerting all of his power, the Defiler tore open a rift and sent his army again to Shadowguard. The outcome of that campaign will be revealed in a future chapter. Nice. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
It's very cool. First
Yeah.
off, like good shit, good job. Continue. I know that you've already worked on a lot of this, so continue because it's really cool. Do I have anything to criticize? My question to me. And I don't know if I do off the bat from the first read through. I was kind of focusing more on reading it correctly. Because this, for some reason on my monitor, this one was kind of harder to read for me. So I apologize. Yeah, I don't think there's too much that I can say of like any criticism because well, I guess the one thing that I would say is um Shadonis and all I assume, right, you've got the peace and enlightenment time for the children of Shadonis, and if they've never known war, I guess that doesn't mean they don't know how to defend themselves, because I assume Shadonis taught them how to defend themselves at least. Has to have, right? It just wasn't ever mentioned, which is fine. You know, it's not necessary, because you can at least, like, you kind of have to infer that, or at least you have to say, or I have to say it, because when you say that it's of peace and enlightenment, a time of peace and enlightenment,
that
peace,
kind of implies
yeah,
that, you know, they would know of the opposite.
It does, but it also, it makes me think of, like, why would they need to, I guess, well, no, because it is an aspect of the bad thing,
yeah,
of Seath, so it would know that Seath is a thing, so you would have to assume that it would maintain, like, the knowledge of at least how to defend from Seath. So, yeah, maybe it's just a thing for my brain of, like, you know, saying at least that they were taught, but it's not necessary, I guess. So that's my brain. Did I see the other comment? What other comment? Oh my goodness, did I miss a comment? Hold on. Sorry about the blinding white screen for a moment. Did I miss a comment? These are all the comments that I have. I think I read them all. Tell me the one that I missed, if I did miss one, please. Oh, in chat? Oh, sorry. Oh, right, your other comment. Right, I was gonna read that. Plus the Silver Dragon stepped in during the reign of James. Not his whole line. The Silver Dragon got sick of all the murder, and James was the last straw, so to say. Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, fair enough. Yep. Name being based on the Sidiphe. Sidiphe? I don't know that. Think of it as being pronounced as Felsheed. Oh, Felsheed. Okay. Sorry. So is that Sheedfey? I'm sorry. I don't know things. Levers with an R means of control. Oh, okay. I've not heard that then. Yeah. There are many things that I do not know. I am not a smart man. I know things, but I don't know everything. So, the first way you said Fel Kyrie was right. Okay. I think that's the way that I said. I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
My brain is bad. I felt like the underworld came in pretty suddenly, so I might need to explain that at some point, but it's not coming to me right now. I just know it needs to exist. I need it to exist. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? I immediately, that's why I kind of picked up on it, and like that's why I kind of had to hand wave it, because it's like, oh yeah, we're going through dimensions. I guess it exists, right? In this dimension that we're in, there is hell, basically, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever it is, or it's just another dimension, I guess, that the thing was sent to, that Rathmont was sent to, I believe. So like it did come in suddenly, at least for a story purpose in me reading this. But or you know, I assume it's not like it was just, oh, it's just there, right? But if you want it to be like for somebody to read it and be like, oh yeah, that's also a thing. Maybe they discover it, and that's why, after like finding out about it and kind of researching into it a bit, then they throw him in there, right? Yeah, I know it's not hell, but yeah, it's a demon realm, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Sorry if that came out of nowhere. Thanks, though. Oh, no worries, Timothy. No,
Yeah.
no. You're good. You don't have to worry about asking if I read something. Yeah. No, you're good. I saw
Especially
it
since we
before.
did miss it.
Yeah, I saw it before, and I meant to read it. It's just that I was starting to read Lux's thing, and I was just kind of going with it for a while. But yeah. So, yeah. But no, ultimately, like, I think this is a very good fucking setting that you've gotten so far. Obviously, there's more to it. Since I know that you've saved a bunch of comments that you had before, but yeah. So I'm excited to see more. I am. Good shit. Great show, guys. Thank you. Well, yeah.
Thank you.
So we're at the end. Thank you all for hanging out with us, and thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah.
This we're now at the time where I'll do the quick talking about some, you know, a few peoples that we talked about before, that being the table flippers over on Patreon. And then we'll get the fuck out of here. So
wait, we already did them.
yeah, but it's the end where I go through them real quick.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I forgot that we do it twice.
Yeah, usually if I forget the middle bit, or if I don't, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, a big thank you again to our tier 4s, Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, and Steely, our tier 3 of Drake Cross, our tier 2 of Starbear and Lux, and our tier 1, of course. Thank you. Big thank you, of course, to all of you out there. Oh, actually, I kind of think it being like the warp, since this is a bit of a sci-fi fantasy setting, not exactly the warp, but similar concept. Yeah. Science fantasy, actually. Yeah. No, I get that. I feel that. You're good. Absolutely. It does feel very 40K-ish. Adjacent. So yeah. No, it's absolutely cool. But yeah, thank you again to everybody for tuning in. And hopefully we'll see you next week, or whatever we do. And maybe sooner for other things. Ends, right? And hopefully we get back to Devils and Dice this Thursday, and we can have that up for you on Wednesday. But if not, then you'll have to continue to wait for the thing that is happening right now in that show. So do get excited for Thing if you know about Thing, and if you don't, get excited for Thing anyway, because it's pretty fucking cool. So yeah. One other mention again, if you want to go check out the Ko-fi to do that instead of the Patreon, or if you're insane in addition, I guess. God, don't do it. It's an option. I'll give it to you as an option. You don't have to take it as an option. But yeah, the link is in the description. Also, you can search up TableTalk Crew on Ko-fi. I need to put in the description for Silver again, because I guess I didn't do that. But it's all there. And yeah, we'll see you next week.
Time. Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Get out of here.